It says I'm live, but I don't trust it. So we're gonna wait a second. Wait till I see my own face on the TV. Ah, there we go. And we are live! Hi, everybody. Hello, good to see you, glad to have you. Jellybean, lolly-ho indeed. Ray, good to see you, glad to have you. Sarah, good to see you, glad to have you. Teth, good to see you, glad to have you. Ray, again, good to see you, glad to have you. Jellybean, hope everyone is having a good day. I'm doing okay. I actually was able to get up at a reasonable hour, and I could just work. I felt terrible, but, like, you know, that's okay. We're working on getting help to not feel terrible on the reg. Oh, weird. That was weird. Concurrent viewers just dropped majorly. Can you guys hear me? Testing audio. Because I had to switch out my mic, so let me know. Hope is... Yes? Okay, cool. Spent a lot of today dressing up as Medion, so that's been fun. Ray dressing up as Medion IRL would be a fascinating thing. Yes, Ray is helping me with the next upcoming shorts video. Or short story video. Ohio gozaimasu, Ray. Imo wa nanchi desu ka? Sanjuji. Sanji Ipun? Yes, it is 30 o'clock. Yes, that is a time. Mock, everybody. Yes, we are doing mock. If you'd like to join me for mock, we will meet at the tea tree in a little bit. Audio's good, sounds good. So, what I can't hear you, speak louder. Indeed, Blinkster. Hello, I hope everyone is having a good day. My signal terrible at work today, so I shall be lagging. No worry, Deathberry. As always, I'm glad to just have you guys around. I hadn't even done Void Arc until yesterday because I started roulettes and got it randomly. Well, there you go, Kogaku. Well, now's the perfect time to join us. We're gonna do a little bit of the pugilist as a quick warm-up, and then we'll get into it. I don't want to hang around too long in that, you know, and have another more hour than necessary thing with the Mhachi stories. So, let's get started then. Ah, there you are, Elio. I see you've been training hard as ever. Aye, your eyes are starting to have the sharpness of a predator about them. Last time you learned the basics of combinations. Today I would have you build on that knowledge. I've set up 5 wooden dummies outside the guild, along with the merchant strip by the way of warm-up. I want you to deal with a solid boot shine combo. Oh, and don't mind the townsfolk who'd gather to watch. Kathra, good to see you, glad to have you. Baphomet, good to see you, glad to have you. I had it at work, so can't focus too much on game. Aw, no worries, Silver. Oh, right. We need to do boot shine. And a 1. And a 2. Why wouldn't you at least let me tab target them? I know because they're objects, so like tab targeting, that's not how that functions. But at the same time, you know, like teaching new players to tab target would be a handy thing for new classes. Well, I guess I know I am a class. I am not a job. How is everybody doing today? Ah, indeed, hype. Now I'm looking down at Willow. Willow, are you making comments about whether or not you had me as your secret long-lost child? I mean, late 80s, early 90s was a fun time. I didn't have a... Willow, never change. I'm not going to read that on stream, but never change. So the wooden dummies have felt your wrath. Good, now we can move on to your lesson. When you first came to us, I taught you the combinations to make a pugilist. What you need to know next is not any hot potch of or strikes makes a combination. There's own order to things, a natural flow to the one's techniques and another. Today I would have you practice on one of the most elementary combinations in a pugilist's arsenal. It goes like this. Lead in with this boot shine combo. Keep your foe off balance with a true strike. Then bring it home with a blistering snap punch. With the practice, combinations such as this will become second nature. Then they must if you expect to become an accomplished pugilist. Now, you'll need some opponents to practice on. The concurrent that infests the rat's nest in central Hydaelyn ought to serve. Hit them with a snap punch 3 times, and we'll call it a lesson well learned. I'm so fucking glad that... That's not what it is. It should be in here. Yeah, Black Rush. I'm so freaking glad in Stormblood that Lise at one point says the word concurrent out loud, so we know how it's supposed to... Well, we know a way it's supposed to be said. Multiple words in this game have been pronounced differently by different characters. On my way to work, sadly. Aw, sorry, Baphomet. Well, I hope at least you don't hate work. I mean, if you do, at least I hope this is distracting and helpful. Jubilant over here talking about archived of our own. I should probably just focus on stream chat. Oh, people. And now we fly back. I guess we do have the prerequisite stuff for it before we even go in. So that'll almost be a warm-up in and of itself. One thing about the monk gear, it sure shows off a nice booty. Yes, honestly, I was thinking actually earlier too about how the armor, like even just like low-level armor, looks really fucking good. And I think part of it looks fucking good in general, but also looks good on Eorzean. But like a lot of time, especially like a lot of early tank armor, kind of looks garbo. So like being a class level and still having like a good look would surprise me a bit. I feel like if you have weak wrists, the oh my god, what are they fucking called? They have a name. Cesti? Yeah, Cesti. There's another term for another version of them though. But if you had weak wrists, man, you're gonna just like snap yourself when you try to punch with that because your force won't go into the thing as you're just gonna like bend. Eh? You already mastered the snap punch combination. Great, Elio. You're a natural at it, just like I was. Not to brag, but I happen to be a veritable storm of flying fists when the mood strikes me. I treat you a demonstration here now, except, I'm liable to tear down the entire guild in the process. Master Haman has a penchant for regaling us with tales of his exploits, but these never amount to demonstration. His favorite is his victory over the fearsome marauder Wildax, whom he felled with a combination so swift and so seamless they say you couldn't see his hands, or so the legend goes. Nah, no one ever gets old. Our dearest master's humility aside, your progress is truly astounding, Elio. If I don't keep on my toes, you're like to surpass me in a matter of moons. Just between you and me, Chuchuto's been in a slump of late. It all began when her closest friend and guildmate suddenly up and disappeared. Rurukuta's the lad's name, and he and Chuchuto joined the guild together. The two of them were born to refugees and were orphaned in the calamity. Not long after I was made guildmaster, I found them on the streets, starved near to death. I did what any decent man would do, and I took them in and clothed them and fed them. When they were strong again, they said they wanted to become a pugilist like me, and so I trained them as well. Since then, they've been best friends and rivals both, one helping to raise the other up, and would that we knew it, what's become of Rurukuta. But we're talking about you, Elio. You impressed me yet again. I hope you continue to do so. Keep up the good work, you hear? Tin can tank armor do be cursed. It do be cursed, though. I don't think I need any of those. Okay. Okay, on to the prerequisites for, oh, I'm gonna have to go get Brionic at some point. Does it start in the Sea of Clouds, or does it start in Ishgard? And you have to then go to the Sea of Clouds. We'll see. AR tank gear, so horrible. Yeah, made me think of that plate armor that takes yeah. I know the exact one you're talking about. I like the thing about that one is at least that one commits to being so absurdly like tank armory that I don't even fault that one. Most of it just looks silly. Just doesn't even like it doesn't even. Yeah. There's not enough variety in tank armor, in my opinion, in this game. It seems that Jubilant in her off hours and her affectionate writings that she has posted may be cause for Willow to have some alone time after stream. Is that good enough roundabout talking about it? Saberdoom, good to see you, glad to have you. I'm gonna look this up actually. Where is it? Shadows over Mach is unlocked from the prerequisite Weeping City. You get from True Rule of Skies, Sky Pirates, where's Sky Pirates? The Pillars. Okay, no, it was Pillars 1410. Ah, that makes sense. Smash that like button and subscribe! Yeah, no. It does help. So every little bit of it. Yes, let me read the line from Tethys. Since this is YouTube, we're contractually obligated to say like, share, subscribe, comment, and join. It's true. If you like, it helps push it into the algorithm, and even, strangely enough, even if you dislike, click the dislike button, it still works. Well, it doesn't... It won't work as well, but like and dislike is stupid. Is weird. If you share it, if you have any friends that are also interested, it actually goes a long way to helping get it spreading the word around. If you subscribe, you're getting... It doesn't actually do a lot for us, but it does give us some, like, gratitude of being like, we've got more higher numbers, and that's nice. But also the subscription puts videos into your subscription feed, so when our new videos come out, you'll know. Also, if you click the bell icon, that'll let you know every time new stuff comes out. The comment, well, one, it's just nice to have you guys engage with our stuff. Mama, for instance, was just commenting on one of our older streams. But also importantly, it also does help push out the videos into the algorithm more. If you join, you get a bunch of emotes, we get $1, and it helps make the whole thing more sustainable and a lot more fun. Speaking of, emote time! For those of you with emotes in the chat. John, good to see you, glad to have you. Kathra, good to see you, glad to have you. I'm getting ready to Stone Vigil. Any advice? Stone Vigil... Not really. Dodge the tornadoes. Dodge, for one of the boss, dodge the tornadoes. For the final boss, make sure to look at the ground when you see blue patches forming. Those are where he's going to fly through. And more than that, every time you're going by an area where there's, like, you can see the outside, like there's a long hallway and you can see the outside, be aware that ice sprites may get summoned at a certain point. So there may be more ads than you expect. That's the main thing. Yeah, Deadpool, Elio, comfy Elio. Actually, you're gonna see a lot of comfy Elio because it's getting colder up here, and there are, especially during the winters, it gets so cold down where I am that the water freezes in my room. So, I will be potentially bundled up. Ah, you have the look of a lad who's seen his fair share of troubles. Mayhap you'll be willing to help me with mine. I need a capable sort to head into the Sea of Clouds and track down my missing airship. I had to mortgage my soul to get that vessel built, so winning the contract to ferry supplies out of the cloud top was a real weight off my mind. But it seems my luck ended there. My ship was due back in Ishgard bells ago, and I've been praying for a glimpse of her sails ever since. I can't help fearing the worst. What if she's run afoul of sky pirates? My creditors will have their pounds of flesh. You think me foolish to fear piracy so far above the waves, but let me tell you that no honest merchant is safe, and now that the airship production has, if you excuse the pun, taken off, any scoundrel with a sack of coin and vague sense of direction can terrorize the skies. Oh yes, this new breed of buccaneers like to paint themselves as dashing explorers, braving the unknown, but the truth of their nature is right there in the name. Sky Pirates. Given half a chance, they'll strip your ship of every last scrap of cargo and cry, "Yar-har!" as they launch you screaming over the rails. I've heard the stories. Please, you must make haste to Camp Cloudtop. That is where my shipment was bound, and inquire as to the fate of my poor ship. Oh, my poor helmsman. Ask Rontamon. He'll know, if any man does. I feel that. Back in high school, my parents, it was so cold in one winter that I had stuffed animals freeze to my wall. Holy moly, me oh my. Do I want to teleport? Yeah, I'll just teleport. That's crazy. And we had ice inside the door with the heat on. Yeah, that's pretty normal. That happens often with me, Deathberry, even where I live. That's about every year. Not the inside temperature, not as much. My room is just particularly bad in terms of getting heat. I dread this winter. I heat with propane gas and it's been banned, so I got to go back to baseboard heaters, and believe me, the heat just isn't the same. Yeah, I hear you, Cathra. A lot of space heaters end up down here. And those things are dangerous and not fun. A supply airship has gone missing, you say? Well, that would certainly explain why our provisions are so late in arriving. I did in fact spy a vessel creating an erratic course northwards a short while ago, but as it seemed disinclined to make port here, I paid it little mind. Not the most compelling piece of evidence, I grant you, but I have witnessed naught else of interest. I suggest you investigate the landmass to the north. Rest assured, I will send word if I spy any other sign of our errant supply ship. Artemis, good to see you, glad to have you. Elio, time for becoming time-honored tradition of watching the stream while I make dinner. Ah! The idea of being a part of someone's regular practices is quite endearing. Endearing's correct, but it also with an added layer of just like, it's good to know. It's good to know that it is either providing some form of distraction, comfort, anything in between. So good. I hope your dinner's good. Sarah, I wish it was getting cooler here. We still have the high in the hundreds. Jesus! Yeah, it's been like 50 here. So it's about half of your temperature. How many... Am I missing quests? Is that what I'm missing to do flight here? Right, I didn't come back around and do the second half of quests after we unlocked it. Whoops. That's so funny. I don't know why, but in my memory for somewhere, I thought this, what we do here, happened up here. Ha! We'll make some good coin from this hull, and then we'll see this fool is worth the ransom. Aid, I say! These villains mean to plunder my cargo! What we got here, then? Think you're some sort of hero, do ya? Well then, if you won't mind me mates here join the fun, make it for a more heroical tale, won't it? The tale of how 3 sky pirates fed a meddling little shit his own bloody eyes. I'm gonna enjoy this. I know I won't get to, because sky pirates are gonna help, but... Kick his ass! Now this is pod racing. That rowhead's bad. What the... Oh gods, I know that ship. It's... I don't know, that doesn't look like Bedhead to me. Does your hair wake up like... When you wake up, is that what Bedhead looks like for you? Because that's impressive, Saber. Because that theme seems pretty maintained. So, you're the skags who have been dragging out the good name through the mud. You're the red-billed foot Leofard. What ain't done naught to you yours? What do you want with us? I think I made my position pretty clear. You take on the mantle of sky pirates and you agree to a certain code of conduct. And codes ain't worth much if folk go brown breaking them. Frankly, lads, you're making us look bad. And we can't have that. No hard feelings, though, eh? Murked them. Can you get Leofard's pistol? Is that a glam that you can get? Oh, thank you, Mr. Leofard. Thank you. I'm certain my master will wish to repay you. If your employer does business in Ishgard, he'll likely know a merchant or two what trades with me associates. Tell him to say it's for Leofard, and any reward should reach me soon enough. Think of escapees from Limsa? See, it was making me think less of escapees and more of the Yellow Jackets themselves. As for your adventure, 'tain't often someone beats me to the scene, but then I'd expect not less from a hero such as yourself. Elio. That is who you are, ain't it? I don't know too many other folk who with one of them marvelous mana cutters the ironworks dreamed up. Well then, it seems you've saved me the trouble of tracking you down. I've been hoping to have a word with you, you see. I'll put it to you straight. I need someone to help me with a little venture I have in mind. Someone used to taking a few risks. Now, this wouldn't be no black-hearted brigand's work, so don't go you worrying yourself on that account. Unlike them thieving curs just now, I don't hold with robbing honest folk. For me, you see, the Sky Pirate's life is all about freedom. The freedom to go where you will, to find out what lies beyond the next cloud. If you're interested in joining us on an adventure worthy of the name, then look for me standard in the northern reaches of the Blue Window. Someone will be waiting there to greet you. God, I hate it when they do that when they... Well, yeah, I was trying to be nice. I mean, that would be interesting, though. Well, I mean, honestly, why would you keep the yellow? His hair's really poofy. I don't know. I feel like it's got the side that comes out. Yeah, there, but like it's like I don't feel like there's even that much hair in the game that is poofy, except for actually, where do I need to go for the next part of that? Oh, that's what I was thinking was up there. Oh, actually, I don't have flying, I don't think. Does somebody either want to come get me flying, help get me fly me somewhere real quick? Because I forgot to grab it for this map. While we wait, I will quickly hit on the couple of quests. Maybe I can get one done. Neitherlings come in fortuitous as late seasons reigns. Guanu Vanu and Guanu Vanu families face desperate times. In brothers verges on failing Zundu's rite of passage. Again. All Vanu, Vanu, and Ok Zundu must undergo rite of passage for respect of others in tribe, otherwise no better than nestling. Brother fails trials 7 times, must try for the 8th time soon. 8 times! No Vanu Vanu ever fails trial 8 times. If brother fails again, gales of laughter from others in tribe shame family until day, sun, and sky no longer burns. Guanu Vanu sees Netherling help others like wind which brings seeds to bloom, and Guanu Vanu would ask for his help as well. Rite of passage rules very strict, but Guana Vanu has plan. Rules forbid aid from other members of tribe, but say nothing of Netherlings. Help my brother and quell impending storm of derision of our family faces. Brother's name is Gunu Vanu, and he roosts. Ah, Guanu Vanu knows not where. Brother's temperament changes faster than breeze in autumn. Ask others Vanu Vanu seek him out, or Gunu Vanu stay nestling forever. Crystal Curl, as always. We are always on Crystal Curl. Oh, hey, there's Lara. Let's do it. Thank you. Right, Pelion. Where's Right Pelion? Oh, we have to be in a party, that's why. Let's ride. We are going due north. Oh, actually, I need to not put that in the free company. Yeah, you already know. Oh, and there's the Void Ark. I forgot. Yeah, you can even see it on the map. You can actually also see it. I forgot when it was. I forget. I think you could see it sometimes in the churning clouds under certain conditions, if I'm not mistaken. Churning mists, not churning clouds. Thank you. That's fair enough, stranger. If you value your life, tell me true. Did you stumble across the marker by chance, or are you here by invitation? Then that would make you the hero the captain said to watch out for. Well met. Their name's Staciel. The Illithard would call me his right-hand woman, but I feel more like his bloody nursemaid. God's truth be told. Anyway, my thanks to you for coming to hear him out. Oh, and if you'd follow me, I'll take you to the Red Bill's nest. I would, but I'm at work, sadly, trying not to give myself a concussion. Yeah, definitely don't do that, Deathbear. Thanks, Lara, for hopping in. If you would like to join us when we actually go through the Mhachi levels, we will be on Crystal Curl. Crystal Curl. Oh, I love the flight music. It's weird. I've only been playing this game for approaching. I mean, maybe not even fully 4 years. Yeah, I guess only like 3. Shadowbringers launched summer 2019, right? Because I started playing around 4.4, 4.5, probably more like 4.4. But I get a nostalgia when I hear the flight music. I also have flight music turned off for my mount, so I never get to hear it anymore. I come to you in person, and still you refuse my offer. Arrogant fool. July 2nd, 2019. Yeah, okay. On the subject of arrogance, Hydaelyn, I bow to your superior knowledge, but that's all of the bowing you'll get from me. As I've told you a dozen times before, I ain't no one's lackey. But my dear Leofard, how else do you propose to survive an expedition into the ghost ship? I would fear for my life with naught but your feeble crewmates at my back. Well, I'd fear for me life with your mangy crew at my back on account of them being murderous, untrustworthy bastards to a man. That animation, though. I thought you cleverer than this, Red Bill, but no matter. I always get what I want in the end. 'Tis merely a question of the method. I love how every once in a while one of the animators has an extra couple of hours and they're like, I'm gonna go ham on this like extra facial animation. Now there's a face I've not seen before. You do have a look of one of Leofard's little birds. He's a guest, and you understand the concept, don't you? You know, when someone is invited instead of just bursting through the door whenever she damn well pleases. Jeez, that woman is... That was Hydaelyn, captain of the Talons. She knows Leofard's the best sky pirate alive, and in fact, he won't just join her sticks in her craw. She reminds me of LeBlanc a little bit. I mean, it's very different vibes, but... Are you gonna let them talk to you like that, Captain? What should we teach the Red Bills some respect? Patience. When all this is over, we shall see who rules the sky. For any of those who have played X2. I mean, just because, like, you know, Sky Pirate, like, also, like, strong... I mean, LeBlanc's outfit is a bit more extra than that. Oh my god, LeBlanc. Join our YouTube channel for the low price of not much a month. You get custom emojis, special badges, and the warm fuzzy feeling of supporting your favorite archivists, namely me, Issa, and Aniri, as well as the mods. Ho there, hero. I promise you high adventure, and a high adventure you shall have, for we have planned to board the Sea of Clouds' very own ghost ship. Or what folks have been taken to call in one anyway. Every day for the past few weeks, has brought with a new sighting of the self-same vessel, a massive airship of queer design adrift on the winds. Been a curious lot. There were a few buccaneers who tried exploring below decks, but not one of them's been seen since, and so naturally, they're saying this ship is cursed. Well, haunted. Like I said, an honest-to-God's ghost ship. My guess is she's another relic left behind by the Alligans, but we won't know for sure till we've had ourselves a good poke around inside, and liberated whatever ancient treasure she's got moldering away in her hold, of course. But before we start dividing up the spoils, we've got to find the damn thing, which is why we've been working on a special new device. Find the damn thing? You all saw it! We just saw it! Me and her must have passed it by on the way here. Like, come on. Bah, finding her will be the easy part. What we can't do without is a veteran explorer, what ain't afraid to fling himself face first into the jaws of danger. Now I know you're a gallant champion of the people and all of that, but stripe away the fame and glory and I'll wager you're still an adventurer at heart. So what say you, Elio? Fancy a plunge into the unknown at the side of the Red Bills? Ain't we ever. Then it's settled. Let's pay a visit to our crewmate, Untata. She's been working on a way to track the vessel. Something joke about Utatas. Oh, yeah, actually, since we have people in it. Also, we have an FC on Crystal Curl that if you would like to join, we can give you an invite to. We have a good time there to socialize and party. Great. Oh, let's get a coin. Let's flip the coin. Can I just get 1 quarter, please? Oh, for the love of... There we go. Oh. Okay, high-pitched or low-pitched?
Greetings, the name's Utata. I suppose you call me the Red Bill's chief of engineering. Smithing, carpentry, magitech. If it's part of an airship, I can fix it. Just don't expect to see me waving a cutlass and swinging over the rails. If there's fighting to be done, well, that's what we have you for. Well met, ladies and gentle pirates. Now that we appear to have our hero, I'm happy to report that we've overcome the last obstacle aboarding the ghost ship.
Meaning your project is proceeding as planned?
That it is, Captain. I knew this would be a perfect place to take the readings. The scant amount of background aether make it easy to follow the derelict's trail. The ghost ship, as what Utata tells me, is a unique etheric signature. She's been building a device that can sniff out its particular spectral flavor, as it were, and point us in the right direction. I call it the ecto-compass. It's allowed me to collect some solid data on the vessel's movements and a plot reliable intercept course. No groping blindly throughout the clouds for us.
All the ships are loaded and ready to fly. Just say the word, Captain. Utata, you best stay here out of harm's way. Keep an eye on them aether trails, eh?
Aye, aye, Captain. Grab an armload of treasure for me.
Now, we've got no way of knowing what's waiting for us on the cursed hull, Kelio. So you best bring along a few mates what you know can trust. Don't hurt to be too careful, seeing as how you'll be going in first and all. I did tell you you'd be going in first, didn't I? Well, you will. The rest of us will be guarding the rear, just in case Redalia and her brood decide to stick their beaks in where they ain't wanted. Don't worry, she'll not get past us, so you can concentrate on carving a path into the ship's belly. An honest-to-God's ghost ship. This is gonna be an adventure and a half. Okay! We are putting together the party for going to do English. We will be doing the Void Arc. We're gonna do the Void Arc, Weeping City and Mach, and then Dunscape. We will be meeting on Crystal Clear Curl in front of the Curl Tree. Oh, wow, there's already a lot of you. Okay, cool. Oh, Jubilant just sitting here staring at Grahatias again. Willow, did you fucking... Oh, Jellybean. Why does it say we're not friends? That's weird. Player's been sent a friend. Weird. Sarah, some friend request. Okay, we got Jellybean. I don't know if this person's here to be with us. We'll see. Wave, Small Patata. Wave if you're here for joining us. Okay, well, there we go. And that's everyone. We just need one healer. Nope. Popoto indeed. Small Popoto indeed. Okay, okay, we got Jubilant on healer. You're on my friends list, though? Well, okay, cool. As long as everything's good. As long as our friendship's intact. Let's ready check. Oh, Alara, are you, here. Alara, do you have a healer you can bring? Oh, okay, we got, because then we can switch out Jubilant for you. And then Jubilant can spend her time staring at Grahatia more. Here, I'm gonna kick Jubilant. I'll invite you. Oh, no, you're already in the group. That was my bad. You're already in the group. Nope, no. You're fine. Alara, I messed up. I thought you weren't in the group. You can switch back to DPS. Jubilant, you're a mod! What do you expect? Of course you're the first person I'm gonna kick. What? And also, I ain't throwing shade about you staring at Grahatia. The amount of time you've been sitting in limps and limits of just staring into Issa's eyes for the better part of the past couple days is non-zero. Jesus Christ, average wait time is 18 minutes? Well, I guess in the meantime, what we're gonna do is... It's Issa's fault. Okay, so what you're saying is we shouldn't all turn into Grahatia and just straight up make that image from, like, Aurum Vale. Like, if you guys don't know what meme I'm talking about, let me pull it up. Just make this, but instead of with Marlboros and a blonde Mikote, it's Jubilant and all Grahatias. Okay, I'm gonna go do the remaining quests we have in the Sea of Clouds. Because oh, well, I'm gonna shut the fuck up and instead play the game. I don't know why, but I just say, you were yelling yeah, but I say H-Y-E-A-H, Lord, and I'm just thinking, yeah! Like Link, like, yeah, yeah. The Muaibo said, yeah! That's a pretty accurate depiction of Aurum Vale. Hey, Scarlet, good to see you, glad to have you. Honestly, like, here's the thing about Aurum Vale, and I know this is, like, if you say this about anything, it holds true, but the thing is, if you know what you're doing, Aurum Vale is, like, you can, like, speed through it faster than some dungeons, even more. Like, you can, like, churn through Aurum Vale. The main problem is if one person doesn't really know what they're doing, it can fall apart quick. That was the unnervingly good link. Yes! Good. I've seen a group of all Graha running around before. Can't remember if the whole free company, though. It's fantastic to see a herd of Grahatia. We went in and it was fine. Yeah. Maybe, yeah. So, for those of you who don't know what the Void Ark is, the Void Ark effectively was, and we'll get into this in the story, but was effectively a survival ark put into the sky during the 5th Umbral Calamity, or 6th Umbral Calamity, which was floodwaters that took over the world, basically, and destroyed Amdapor, Mach, and Nim. They all kind of tried to survive it in their own ways. None of their methods really... Well... Okay, the Mhachi who went up into the Girabanian mountains survived. So did the Nimians. Actually, the Nimian story is quite sad. The Nimians is like, they knew they couldn't stop the floodwaters, so a bunch of them stayed to basically give their lives, create magic barriers that would hold the floodwaters back long enough for everyone else to be able to try to make their way to the highest peaks of the highest mountains. And they succeeded. But like, just the idea of like, knowing you're gonna die, but giving all of yourself just to buy time for everybody else is, gets me. The Mhachi tried to do a couple different things, only one of which worked. I mean, technically the Void Ark and Dunscape was one strategy in and of itself, like rather than two separate strategies, but... A gaggle of Graha! Jade, good to see you, glad to have you. Is a herd of a Graha a good day? A good days of Grahas? A gaggle. Wait, Issa was AFK there all night, then came in, and Jubilant, were you going back to him as like your totem to like go back and stare at all the time? Yeah, Issa's alive. Amdapor. I mean, honestly, almost all of Amdapor's strategy was go into the mountains, head for the hills. Some Mhachi headed for the hills, and those two groups ended up working together in order to make red magic. So that's where the history of like red mage comes from. You also have some of those people, though, who instead of going about to stay around in Garabania, end up traveling the world and, well, not traveling the world, but traveling south, end up going into Thanalin. And that group is the group that ends up becoming the people who found Beladia, which comes Sildia and Ul'dah. And that's also part of why black magic and thaumaturgy, well, black magic to but thaumaturgy is so prevalent in places like Ul'dah. It depends! Good to see you, glad to have you. And honestly, yes, she does. I need to level my Nicelio ult one day. Nialicia. I feel like I'm missing a pun here. Issa, good to see you, glad to have you. I see I came in just in time. Yes, we just began. We were trying to invite you and making fun of Jubilant for staring at you all night. Yeah, Alice. I don't know why my brain could not read that together. Yeah, and everyone goes to explain it. Yeah. No, my brain just for some reason was reading that as like a completely different word. So Mikote Alice. Now I still shall sing. And everybody gets put into their chambers. Or, well, actually, sorry. Those guys get put in the chambers. We just have to free them with the Hydro Bubbles. Same great sass, new package. Are you talking about you, or are you talking about the Alice? Inspired by the Love Your Twins on Bryn. Oh, you all are a bunch of people. Yes. Helpful. Oh, the armor actually, well, no, I think I have above level 60, yeah, so. Look, I know Mach itself, architecturally, wasn't so dissimilar, but like, and I realize that part of it is also that this thing became more decrepit as a function of time to an extent, but like, you think they could have made it a little bit more pleasant. Like, Dunscaith is at least pleasant, like, it's gothic. Well, it's not, it's kind of gothic, it's like pseudo-gothic in parts, but, you know, this is just straight up Giger. Also, someone on the staff fucking loves Geiger because, like, they use it in here for, like, Mhachi stuff, they end up using it for, you know, Endwalker, it's just all over the place. I've got a question for people. Of Amdapor, Mach, and Nim, which is your favorite? And also, if you're like, what now? Like, you don't know what those are, I also want to know that, because I'm like curious. I have no idea what people like broadly, which of them they broadly like. I mean, we get the most of Amdapor and Mach, and especially Mach, obviously, because we get, you know, the Alliance raids. But we get multiple Amdapor-y dungeons and multiple Nimian dungeons. Nim, Amdapor. Well, of course you love Amdapor, Tethys. Like, come on. Shocker. You, Mr. White Mage? Nim. Man, everybody's about that Nim life. Wow. I would not necessarily have called that. But I would probably say I agree too. I guess also though you get, like, of the three, you have White Magic, but White Magic's like tied a little bit to Amdapor, but is much more to like Gridania, right? And with the Mhachi, like the Mhachi in some ways are kind of the villains, and Black Magic in the ways it's associated with them is like, not positive other than Shitoto, and also Shitoto's kind of an ass. So Nim is like the one group that like is simultaneously incredibly tragic and also kind of wonderful. Plus, if you like Tomberries, it's good. Plus, if you like the Scholar Quest, humanizes those figures a lot. So that makes sense, I guess. I haven't gotten to that point yet, so I don't know what they are. Yeah, they're just 3 different nations. They're a background element. They're 3 different nations that existed in the prior astral era that were destroyed, and they occupy a lot of the dungeons, and this set of Alliance Raid is about one of those groups. So they're one of those like things that if you're doing one of like the most major non-MSQ things, right? Where if you're doing MSQ, you may not like really know about them or hear about them, but if like you are, I mean, you will somewhat, because if I'm not mistaken, that like Amdapor is what actually is Wanderer's Palace normal even? It's not part of MSQ, is it? I don't think Amdapor is either. Oh, fuck. I'm so glad I have backflip. Nim, I'm a sucker for Tomberries. Honestly, like, it's Nim for me too, but that's partly because they're simultaneously incredibly interesting while also being, like, humanized the most. Because, like, Mach is, like, fuck Mach. Mach, like, causes a lot of problems. Amdapor is cool and stuff, but, like, also kind of, I don't know. They have some interesting choices in their actions. It's really interesting how much they in the historical record are shown as being like Mach started everything, and in some ways I wonder how much Amdapor actually did to an extent exacerbate things, which that's up for debate. But Nim kind of just got shafted. Like Nim didn't do anything wrong, but then Mach did Bitosos. Which created the Green Plague, and then also they were just kind of trying to deal with, oh right, he's using a cast. They just kind of were trying to deal with everything else caused by Amdapor and the War of the Magi and stuff. So, you kind of gotta love the underdogs there. Nope, blue unlocks. Yeah, Mach says fuck you too, and the Chocobo you rode in on. Yep, that's Mach for you. Sideways, yeah. I think Mach, but I can't remember them separately right now. Head kind of empty today. Yeah, no worries. Mach is the ones who use black magic. Their city was in the famed Saltmoor. They summoned Void Scent. They were mainly made up of Hures and Lalafels. Amdapor, they're associated with colors like black and purple. Amdapor is white magic. They were mostly made up of Hure and maybe somewhat other races. It's not entirely clear. It would make sense if there were Elizans. I'm trying to think about... I can only think of evidence to the Hurian population offhand. And then you have Nim, which was primarily Lalafell, but with a dash of other races as well. But yeah. So friendly reminder, these coffins you're seeing everywhere are not like caskets for people's bodies. They are used to keep just Void Scent captured within, and they were using Void Scent to power the Void Ark. Nim is associated with colors like green. It was in, Amdapor was also in basically in the South Shroud, or south of the South Shroud in Gridania, where Gridania is today. Then Nim was on Vilbrand. It was kind of central Vilbrand, so you can see its ruins up in Upper Lenosia. And they were seafaring, and they created the art of the Scholar and the Marauder. And they were very, like, trade-friendly, industrious city-states. And then Mach decided to release a plague on them because Mach kind of just wanted to rule everything. Mhachi a bunch of assholes. Scala also got chapter prepared. Well, we don't really know what happened to Scala. Like, the thing about Scala is we just know that Scala fell, but the thing is we know that multiple of the civilizations fell. But so there were up to at least, 3? So it's like 9 other, discounting Scala, 8 other civilizations, and we knew they fell for different reasons, but they may not have all just found from imperialism. But let me check. Because I forget, I don't think we get a specific historical evidence that they were specifically taken out. I know the floodwaters ended up damaging Scala, obviously.
But, I don't... Did the Mhachi actually assault it? Why did that... Well, come on, why did... Jump. Because if so, I want to know that. Come on, come on. Alamigo. Alamigo! Kugane. Drowned City of Scala. Long ago, in the dawn of the 5th Astral Era, the modest nation of Scala was founded in the land of Girbania. Over the span of several centuries, its people constructed a grand city of stone at the bottom of the steep-walled ravine. But even the natural defenses could not protect Scala from the destruction during a terrible age of war. So, it implied that there... Yeah, so they did definitely got... But it doesn't explain what... Yeah, when the Great Flood of the 6th Emerald Calamity swept across the realm, the hollow ruins of the city were lost to sight. So it does seem like they were destroyed by war, but it doesn't even specify the word of Magi, which seems odd. Because they could have been destroyed by an earlier war, because we know that there was conflict between the city-states before Amdapor kind of rose to power as the peacekeeper. So it's possible Scala died earlier, unless there's more info in the game about that. When you do it in, what, 4.1? Is that where the idea of Lalafell or evil comes from, the War of the Magi? Well, I mean, honestly, that's really more of a thing perpetuated by the player base. And the player base perpetuates that mostly because of player base actions, not really because of the lore. I mean, like, you can kind of make that argue that because, like, there's an association with the Mhachi and the Lalafell, people have run with that sense. But, like, that was not the inception point of it. But yeah, no, like, there's no real argument to say that Lalafell are any more evil than other races. It's just the player base being weird. As long as you're having fun playing the game, then playing whatever class you want, to be honest. Did someone ask something about classes? Oh, I'm probably not choosing wrong, but I really wanted to get one job all the way before I start diving into all the other content and lore. No, that's perfectly a valid way to do it. In fact, I would recommend that for especially how you play Cathra. No, that's not wrong at all. Don't feel the need to do other jobs unless you really want to do them. I would say there's a big benefit to doing different roles. So picking one job per role, like one tank, one melee DPS, or even just one DPS and one healer, and like just understanding the basics. There's a benefit to that, but it's not at all wrong to go through the entire MSQ only playing one job and then broadening your horizons later on. Especially, know yourself, know what you can handle. What makes Void Magic specifically different from Black Magic besides the obvious? Well, I mean, Black Magic is a manipulation of Aether. Void Magic is a manipulation of Aether to cause elemental spells, whereas Void Magic is specifically associated with, I mean, kind of, to answer your question to an extent, it is, like, partly the obvious, right? It is a major part of it is Void Magic is using magics through pacts you make with Void Sense, or, through the use of Void Sense in some way. Like, that is the difference. So the obvious is the difference. I guess also blood magics technically can sometimes be associated with void magics, but those blood magics are typically associated with rites around summoning or using void sense anyways, so... Oh, I do not have my back jump. Void magic deals with the void entities from the void. Black magic is just the ambient aether for destructive purposes primarily. Yep, that is correct, Demons. Yep. Isn't void magic to astral in nature like black magic relying on astral polarity? Not necessarily. I mean, void scent are by their nature astral. But I mean, like, void magic is, void magic is more akin to summoning in a sense, right? Like, and even then it's not even quite, because you're really summoning and relying on another entity compared to like just using your own powers, whereas like summoning, you're still, I mean, you're relying on the crystal to summon your carbuncle, right? But other than that focal medium, you're using your own way in which you've been touched and affected by primal energies rather than like summoning a primal. Elio, wouldn't have been an issue if anyone would have just acknowledged Mhachi's superiority. Yeah, it's a good thing there aren't any, like, relevant associations with current day. Also, the fact that sounds like Mhachi makes me happy. The Mhachi did have some interesting technology. Any chance they reverse engineered Alchon stuff for binding Void Scent? Possible? Yes, absolutely possible. I think. Yeah, I think you could absolutely argue that, especially when you look at some of their stuff. However, I would point out that when the way that, like, for instance, the coffins tend to be described from memory, is much more arcane than etheric chemical or any association therein. So is it possible? I would firmly say yes. Is it likely? I don't even know if I could say it wasn't likely, but I think you could speculate at it. I would not go around saying it or sharing like, oh yeah, this is like, this happened, or I'd be very careful that it's like, yeah, it's a fair inference. But I don't, because of the fact that Mhachi is specifically coded as, not necessarily most of its things being defined by its technological innovations, but as extremely powerful magics powered by void sent life. It's been like the Void Arc, right? The Void Arc is not a technological innovation. It's effectively a magical one being powered by a fuck ton of void sent. So that's the really cursory thing that would push against them using Allagan, any form of Allagan. Because Allagan's actually bound void sent with technologies as well as using packs. The packs that we know of are examples like Xande. However, we know there's things like the Diablos ornament, right? How ironic the void sent is named after the Lucavi. Which void sent? Echidna? Because Echidna is more is referencing not the Lucavi, but is especially being what she is, like the Grecian mother of monsters. Like, because like her body literally splits into becoming more monsters. I don't know. Is there like another one as well that you were referring to, AC? So do Reaper Arts count as a form of void magic? I would say yes. I would say yes because you're effectively empowering yourself via void packs. And you are not only empowering yourself with those magics of the void, but you are not only empowering yourself with the magics of the void, but everything about what you're getting granted and gifted is coming from that. So yeah, I can't imagine what would distinguish them in any particular way from the Mhachi, in their methodology. So yeah, I would say so. I mean, being a channeler through self might be grounds for calling it something slightly different if they wanted to, like, delineate them more firmly, rather than, like, magics powered by void sent, rather than, like, an avatar. But I feel like that's semantics at that point. Yeah. Alliance raids are fun, but at the same time, they stress me out more than some of the other content, especially if I end up in the fight line. How come, Silver? I'd love to know, because I find them very easy, because the thing is, like, your personal responsibility is relatively low, unless you're like me and you usually play tank, and not always, but like tend to main tank them. I find them very relaxing, mostly because there's 24 people and you can't be sure of their skill level. There's like it's pretty easy to figure out most mechanics, and they're not nearly as punishing. But I also, my perspective on all that gets wildly skewed. Like, not to say like you're a good player if you do Savage, but if you do any Savage and Savage becomes like your normal, and not even your normal, but like your high end is Savage rather than your high end being EX, so your high end being Alliance raid. Because for some people, your high end is an Alliance raid, right? I feel like it skews all the content below it so wildly. I mean, I named after an Irish myth, but yes, the Lucavi was named after that too. Cuchulainn was what he was talking about, Elio. Ah! Yes. Yeah, that's more of sharing the name from the myth, but yeah. And that's partly because they named it for this, but then you end up having, they end up using the same Lucavi name that they used in 12. So they wanted to make sure that the name stayed the same. That's why, like, Belias is Belias, and, you know, Mateus is Mateus, and all that. And so I think the problem was that they had already used it, because they use a lot of, you know, like, Dunscape is used in the Mhachi stuff. Skaha is used in the Mhachi stuff. So it's keeping the naming conventions, right? Do you like what we do? Consider showing your support and signing up for our Patreon. Yes, thank you all for actually your support on Patreon lately. We've, we lost some people because, you know, life circumstance changes, but we got some more people recently, and it's been really helpful, so thank you very much. Cuchulainn, I thought E said the Void Sun was named after the Lucavi of the same name from Zodiac Brave story. That's possible. I haven't reread that part in a while. Actually, I think you're right. I remember reading that from a while ago. I'm pretty sure you're right. I think, AC, me and Issa were thinking you meant, like, as in the developers named it for that, rather than, like, an in-you explanation. But yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're right. I'm pretty sure there is a note on that. Yesterday I did the things we do for Cheese Quest. I was scared to death of it, and it was one of the easier dungeons I went through. I got 2 accommodations. I have no idea what I did. Hey, you did a good job! Even if you have no idea what you did. Basically, accommodations you just get from people thinking you did a good job. It's more because there's so many people, and my first run of World of Darkness was as a healer, and that sure was a run. Yeah. Well, and to be fair, World of Darkness has more like fail mechanics. Like there's a lot more things where I don't need a coffin lid. There's a lot more things where, like, you think about Anger Mine You, and like if you don't figure out how you're supposed to be switching or how his insta-kill works, or, you know, Cerberus, you need to make sure that, you know, everyone's doing the proper mechanics for that. Hydra is not a big problem, though Hydra can wipe people if you're not paying attention to the pools it drops. Like, there's just, the World of Darkness has stuff that's going on that will instantly wreck your day if you don't know better. So that's understandable. I mean, I guess that's kind of true of some other stuff. I don't know. I feel like even at, yeah. Bugger me, I expected a danger, but not a hell's spawn and bleed nightmare. Made flesh like that. Didn't stop you and your mates, though, did it? That's some crew you got there, no mistake. Yes, it is. You guys are the best. Right then, let's have a look inside the dirty gray coffer type thing. Someone tells me it'll find the brim with booty. Filled to the brim with booty. All I know is my chat is filled to the brim with booty. Actually, well, hey, don't look at me. I never moved a muscle. Inside that coffin is Skaha, one of the queens of the void. And this is Diablos. What in the seven hells is that bastard doing? Oh, my voice changer isn't working. I'm gonna have to fix that in a second. This way, swiftly now. Can anyone else see the talking cat over there? Bloody hells, this adventure's getting queerer by the minute. Ray, it's just for you. The adventure's getting more for you. You and Tethys both. I will say, if you had said gayer by the minute, that would have been pretty funny. Still, I'd rather take my chances with a prattling puss than stay here. Get your things, mates. We're leaving. What about the loot? You can't spend it when you're dead. We either follow the furball or we make friends with a spell-slinging Voidborn. Your choice. Goddamn, how is an honest spy pirate meant to make a living? And she's free. But I would recommend remembering the imagery of that coffin. It will become relevant later. And that giant crack down the middle of it. It doesn't really recontextualize anything about the World of Darkness raid, at least not particularly. The one thing is that they changed the animation so that the Aether explodes like it does in new content to make it clear what's happening. I wouldn't say it really recontextualized anything that we weren't made aware of prior, at least not so far. Not that I can think of. I mean, we can't talk about it in detail, obviously, but I mean, we know more. It lets contextualize, then it just gives us a deeper understanding. They literally just made an airship and just slapped every coffin they possibly could on it. So all those coffins are powering it. The ship's breaking up. Is he trying to bring her down? No. Worse. I'm a firing my laser! Blah! Cool. We get a lot of use out of that joke.
The Void Sent is attempting a dimensional displacement, but the gate, it can't possibly be large enough for the entire ship.
Doesn't need to be. Just needs to be big enough for him in the coffin. I love how they literally just made a Star Destroyer. I mean, fuck, that even looks like the Star Destroyer from Episode 6 crashing onto the new Death Star.
The Queen's coffin! He takes it beyond our reach!
Anyone else see a giant bird? Just me? Not really, no, I see. I mean, like, it does, like, to be fair, like, well, we'll get to that. Because the point you're making, I don't think necessarily proves that point, but the fundamental point, thing you're asserting, definitely is true. Well, there doesn't seem to be much point hanging around here. Let's get back to the solid ground. Also, you ostensibly could do that entire thing without taking damage. To an extent. I guess there might be a raid wide in there, so maybe not. Aye, 'twas a bit touch and go in places, I grant you. But here we all are, and all with our bits still attached. This calls for a foaming flagon of... Hold on, ain't we missing someone? Didn't I tell Utata to wait here for us?
Never fear, we've been keeping the girl...
Oh, we've been keeping the girl company. Oh, it's you.
But enough about her. Did you see the cannon on that ship? As you know, my dear Leofard, I am not easily moved, but the sheer power on display sent me all a quiver.
Well, I hope you've come to admire it from afar. The vessel ain't for the likes of you and me.
Do not presume to measure me by your own limitations. Besides, I believe I've shown how resourceful I can be. Which brings me neatly to the point. You have it in your possession, a device capable of tracking the ghost ship. Hand it over, or your engineer shall suffer the consequences.
That shrug, though.
Perfect. A compass pointing the way to my just reward. A weapon that belongs in the hands of one who will use it. Come, lads, our business here is concluded. I'm sorry, Captain. They caught me off guard.
You get a bang out on your head or something? The man and I know would never give in to scum like her without a fight. Unless...
What did you do to the compass?
Who, me? Not. Besides slipping a link pearl into its casing.
Like,
so long as Redalia keeps it close, and you can be damn sure she will, we'll know exactly what them thieving bastards are planning. Anyone care to wager how long it'll take? Her to notice me a little gift? That's very clever and all, but how were you proposing to stop her from getting her hands on the derelict and its great big cannon? I ain't worked that part out yet, but I expect it'll start out with us keeping a close eye on the Talons. Before we get into any of that, though, I've got some questions we need answering.
You wish to know more of the Void Ark, the ghost ship as you call it.
The Void Ark, so that's its proper name. Aye, I'd like to hear what you'd care to tell us, Puss.
And I, for my part, am curious to hear your stories. Ere we continue, however, I must insist you address me by my proper name, Cat She. I will not respond to Puss or Cat, and most decidedly not Furball.
Oh, Vaughn Meadow and Breath of the Wild? Yeah, totally. I totally see that.
My tale begins long, long ago in the city of Mach, which once stood in the lands of Yafame. The sorcerers of Mach were masters of destructive magics, and they brought the terrible power to bear against Amdapor and Nim in the War of the Magi. The titanic forces they unleashed, however, took a heavy toll upon the land, ultimately resulting in a colossal flood that drowned the realm of Eorzea, a catastrophe which Master High Void Mage Cessair was wise enough to foresee. Wait. Colossal flood. Are you talking about the Sixth Umbral Calamity? I suppose you would know it as such. Now, where was I? Yes. When they learned of the fate that awaited them, the Mhachi Magi began constructing a gargantuan vessel that would bear the people to the skies and safety. The operation of the Void Ark, as the ship came to be called, was entrusted to Cessair. Prior to that, of course, my masters had been the prisoner in her own home, confined for outspoken opposition to the war. So the Ark was meant as a sanctuary. Then how did it come to be so, what happened to all the people? And where did all the Voidsent come from? By what power do you imagine such a massive craft remains aloft? The energy required to raise the Ark was siphoned from over 1,000 otherworldly servants sealed within the vessel. Advances in Mhachi sorcery were made for one reason, and one reason only: cataclysmic destructive power. And the swiftest and most dangerous method of acquiring that power was through the enslavement of Voidsent entities. So, the creatures on the derelict, they broke free from your master's control? At the very heart of the Ark, the Void Mages had entombed a great ruler of the Voidsent, Skaha, the Shadow Queen. But in order to control so potent a prisoner, a mage of adamant will was required, and being Mach's preeminent sorcerer, Cessair was deemed best qualified. Were it otherwise, my master might never have been released from her own imprisonment. Yet even with Cessair's peerless skill, the Shadow Queen could not long be subjugated. One after another, the lesser Voidsent awoke and ran rampant within the ship. In the end, Cessair and the 53 Void Mages aboard the Ark sacrificed their own life energies to return the fiends to their coffins, leaving me, a lowly familiar, to watch over the derelict prison.
If I remember my Umbral arrows right, the stuff you just described happened more than 1,500 years past, which is a good while by anyone's measure. And since everything seems to have been quiet on board your boat till recently, I'm thinking something unusual must have happened to wake the inmates up. Am I warm?
One day, a Voidsent that had taken the shape of a bat flew into the ship. At first, it was little more than a nuisance that I brushed away, but the longer it remained on the Ark, the stronger it seemed to become. Eventually, I could not contend with its power, and it began shattering seal after seal.
If you've done Amdapor Hard? No, regular Amdapor. This is technically a sequel to that.
You have faced the Bat-Winged Fiend before. 'Twould seem then that the creature survived the encounter, and that he intends to celebrate his restoration by liberating his queen.
Well, that explains it then, except for one small detail. Namely, where the queen's coffin went. After it fell out of the ship's belly, I'm assuming it didn't just disappear, right?
You recall the great rift in the Ark's cannon ripped in the sky. That was a void gate. Such a portal opens a temporary path through the void, allowing the ship to travel almost instantaneously from one location to another. The Voidsent, as you saw, only opened a gate large enough to displace the coffin. As for the coffin's destination, however, this is as much a mystery to me as it is to you.
Worth pointing out that just because it's a void gate doesn't necessarily mean that it's a tear that will lead to the void. I know, it's confusing. But because there's two things at hand, one of which is that voidal magics can also be spatial magics in certain cases, and also because the term void can get applied to things that are not technically of relating to specifically going to the 13th or of beings from the 13th, because it became a catch-all term throughout history. So what they're describing is actually a dimensional compression between two spaces, which is talking in some ways more about like the interdimensional rift and stuff, but it's not clear if what they're saying is it is a passage through the void as a quick way to get to another else, because it seems to be implying that it's just a direct one from one location to another. Like, think how the Ascians teleport, right?
Coffin's destination. However, that is as much a mystery to me as it is to you. I beseech you, conquerors of the Ark, help me find the Queen's coffin ere the ward's binding Skaha are dispelled.
Smells to me like an adventure, and who knows what ancient Mhachi treasure we might stumble along the way. Gods know that I'll make a change from all them elegant tombstones we've been collecting. Mood. I will help you. I'm not risking me hide for the sake of the realm, you understand. But I'll be damned if I let either Hydaelyn or the Batwing bastard take the freedom of the skies from me.
You only care for how you might be inconvenienced. If the Shadow Queen were to return, it would have dire consequences for the entire star.
Count your blessings, Furball. I said we helped, didn't I? Before we go rushing off in search of the coffin, thought there's a premonition to be made. You might as well get back to your usual heroic employment, Elio. I'll let you know when in time to round up your mates again. Portals is the Kegel. Okay, let me catch up on you guys. The one thing I didn't doing... Oh, never mind. The time is nigh, my dear Talons. Soon we shall seize control of the ghost ship and all its power, and rule the skies from here to the ends of the world. Yaharg! I don't know why, but that just made a Bloodborne pun pop into my head. What happens when you cross Bloodborne with Tokyo Ghoul? Yarhar Ghoul. I guess when we catch a pirate. Well, no, yeah. Okay, Void Arc, I was at least running Bard, so I could at least just focus on doing damage and staying near the DPS. Yep. I'm curious with the new patch stuff, how can we contextualize it? We'll get to that. I don't like Alliance raids because I never get more fun ones from Stormblood and Shadowbringers from the roulette. I still don't love the Stormblood one. After learning them, I still don't love them. I'd rather just have the ease of, like, doing, like, just having, if I'm gonna have to do, like, I love, Shadowbringers is the one that I combat-wise really love. Scott, yeah. Atelier, good to see you, glad to have you. I know it's very late. One thing I didn't expect from this Alliance raid was the 11 Cat She and its scrungily looking self. It's usually because they do reuse a lot of 11 assets for 14. Like, a lot of 11 assets. Never fear, the furry is here. Wow, that was a while ago. Finally, an adventure for me. That Mhachi coffin is actually a nice housing furnishing. I'm kind of sad you can't repurpose that ship. Yeah, well, when its power sources are evil demons. Oh, Quinn, good to see you, glad to have you. Does that prove the Blessing of Light makes us immune to void corruption to a degree? The thing is, the Blessing of Light and the Echo make our souls, and Blessing of Light specifically, body probably too, corruption resistant. Think about the Echo of Life like armor and this Blessing of Light like a shield, so they can compound with each other. And we fight for extended periods of time. Like, the thing is, we don't fight for extended periods of time. We're only in the void for, like, an hour at best. So, you know, like, that's the other thing. We don't seem to need a warding scale necessarily, or hasn't been shown that we need a warding scale. We didn't necessarily show that we need a warding scale while we're in there on 6.2 or 6.1. I don't think so anyways. I know we test them for the others, but I don't think we use one ourselves. If we do, then that would also imply that you even prolonged time there, the Blessing of Light will only protect you so far. They put a Star Destroyer and Endwalker logo. That's true, they did do that. My first thought was mouse cursor, but yeah, it does look like a Star Destroyer. Yeah, my first thought was definitely a Star Destroyer. Reminds me of the Divine Beast. We got there. Yeah, the one with the most use no, it's weapon surpass Metal Gear, Metal Gear, Metal Gear, Metal Gear, Metal Gear, Snake, Metal Gear. It's a cat. She's a cat. It's Cat She. Cat She is female. In this game, I think they gender her. Am I crazy? Or gender him? I forget. No, it's a male, just making a dumb pun. Portals, but is the cake a lie? No, the cake is a pie. So who's gonna tell you can still get elegant tombstones from? I can't get over FF11 Cat She. They're funny looking. Yeah, they are definitely a look. Yeah, it looks ripped straight out of Nightmare Before Christmas. It definitely is strong Tim Burton energy, but look, Good King Mongo Mog is a song that we have, so. Strong LeBlanc Syndicate energy on the enemy pirate crew there. Yeah, Demins, that's what I was saying. That's what I said earlier. Okay, someone else got it. Well, you weren't here, but I said the exact same thing about Hydaelyn. Let me grab this thing so we can get going. If your arc to safety looks like a flying cemetery for Voidsent, you may want to rethink your plans. That's good general life advice, yeah. Wait, why are they going to make some money?
Aye, Alio, I was just about to fly out to Ishgard to track you down. You remember Mhachi and the Mhachi familiar? We've been working with him on plans to find Diablos in the Queen's coffin. There have been void sent sightings from pirates all over, so we just know that Batwing Bugger is hiding someplace in the sky. We just don't know exactly where. And as for going about pinpointing the location, Leofard and the feline are bickering over just exactly how. Please don't do that, that makes it very hard to read. As for going about pinpointing the location, Leofard and the feline are bickering over just exactly how. That's where you come in. If you spare a moment or two, we could use the third opinion to break the stalemate. Besides all that, Leofard's eager to move another hand to help in the search. So come on over the Parak as soon as you're able. You know the way from here, don't you? Okay, also, I want to turn on something because we're going to need voice modulation in a little bit. So give me one quick second. Gotta just fix something up here. Test. Cool. Question, can you guys hear me? Does everything sound fine still? Did you know that Mhachi in 7 VAs is in 14, but only in ARR? Huh, interesting. Yep, can you hear? Okay, question. Oh. Do I sound any different? Probably not, I bet. Okay, Stream Deck. Thanks for bearing with me for a second. Okay. Voice spot is running. Okay, if I don't get this working in a second, we'll go ahead and just skip it. And... okay. Yeah, Stream Deck's still not working. I've been having a problem with my Stream Decks lately, so we'll get that fixed later. Okay, I missed Logos and what was the other henchman's name? Logos? Oh, yeah, those guys. Oh, I forget. I totally forget their names. I must remember the Lamont Syndic having a really banging boss theme. Yeah, X2 does that. If your arc to safety looks like a... Ironically, Warframe has a sea shanty song for going into the void and doing piracy. I mean, like, yeah, because they have, like, a different concept for that. Yep. Would piracy in the void just make you a ghost crew? I mean, not really, but if you were an Ashkin and you went in, that would make you a ghost crew. Actually, do we need to go straight back in? Sleeping City. Yep, okay, we just go straight back in. Oh, dude, I love... It's so pretty. You know what? I do wonder... I wonder if we'll ever get an island sanctuary in the sky. Like a sky island sanctuary. I could totally imagine them doing that. Because it seems like they're going to go the route of, like, unlocking new islands and stuff. So imagine there was, like, an island sanctuary in, like, you got Cialidays, you got one in Abalathia. You could have a different one in the Bounty. You could have one up in the, yeah, Willow, you've got a second. You could have one over in, the, Blood Brine, or, like, in the, like, Northern Empty if you wanted one that was snowy. This isn't Studio Ghibli. Yeah. Yo, Sky Island Sanctuary would be dope. Yeah, I would fucking spend a lot of time there, that's for sure. At least Sky's free real estate. Well, not necessarily. It's owned, like, you know, it's controlled and operated. I mean, like, would probably still be, like, getting it from either the Guardians or, like, the Von Nu or something. I don't know that I would call it free. Because essentially, like, Limsa laid claim to Cialades. I would argue that Ishgard would probably lay claim to, or probably not. Well, I don't know. I wonder if Ishgard would, or if it would be, like, in conjunction with the Von Nu. I guess it depends on where in Abalathia. Because you could also imagine, like, if it's in certain place in Abalathia, it could be the Ixali, because, like, if you're over, like, in the, like, north eastern part, there's Zeflatal. If you're in here, actually. Oh, I can't. Thanks for coming. The captain and the cat are inside, still having their discussion. Talk to Leofard, will ya? Before I strangle both of them. But, like, so, like, imagine, right? Because if you're talking about this section of Abalathia, Ishgard would probably hold control. If you're talking about over, like, in the far reach, you would have, you know, the Hellsguard or the Dravanians. If you talk about Zelflatal over here, then you're going to deal with the Ixali. So it'd have to, like, I guess there could be a no man's land, like, somewhere in here, but then, like, basically you're dealing with the, like, the Sea of Clouds and the, Azys La are already somewhere in here. But yeah, you could definitely see, like, a Northern Empty. You could see, Blind Frost would be kind of weird. But, like, there's, like, Ruby Sea Islands. They've got the Bay of not Bay of Yanxia. There's the Bay of Yanxia. I think it's Bay of Yanxia over there. You've got the Southern Islands here over in the Glass Ocean. Like, there's so many places that they could do more islands in. Get Skyline Sanctuaries, but Bismarck revived nearest the Saint. Bismarck's one of the things you can fish for. Getting some Zelda vibes for having Skyline Island homes. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some Skyward Sword vibe. Or Tears of the Kingdom now. Oh, I'm so excited for Tears of the Kingdom. Skyworld theme from Mario Bros. 3 intensifies. The floating sky island with a cute cabin needs some very tiny robots bumbling about doing household chores. Now that's just cute. Is there a reason as to why the West Shroud has disappeared? It's not disappeared, it's just destroyed. You know what? Here, let me do this story quick and low ray, I'll show you what I mean. You can see the West Shroud. It just, when Dalamud fell, it just got wrecked to shit. So people don't go over there. You technically almost do go into a part of it. You can, from the North and South Shroud. Well, you kind of go into a part a little bit during Binding Coils, although it's still basically the North Shroud. If you're here to ask about the Queen's coffin, then you best turn around and walk straight out again. This aggregating verballs turned my mood sour as a month-old Aldegot milk. Leofard, Elio's come all this way to help us, at your request. I might add he deserves to hear where we stand on the search at least. The search is giving me ulcers, is what it is. By all reports, Diablos is lurking somewhere in the heavens, building up his forces. But in the sky is a vast dome as high as the ocean is deep. We've not the pirates to scour every damn floating rock. That's when I tried my luck with Redalia. You remember her, don't you? Captain of the Talons, blonde hair, one eye, stole our bloody compass. Well, I've been in eavesdroppings with the Link Pearl. I slipped into the caisson. Hoped to catch something useful. But all I heard from her and our sorry crew is snoring, grumbling, and japes about the Archbishop's holy nethers. In the end, it seems we've no choice but to do this in the hard way. But a certain Mulin annoyance refuses to acknowledge the truth of it. You cannot possibly hope to investigate the entire sky with this meager handful of ne'er-do-wells. I find my suggestion to seek aid from your fellow pirate gangs a perfectly reasonable one under the circumstance. Ah, stow it, you mangy alley cat. You're not the faintest idea how sky pirates operate. Best case scenario, you've been locked in a deal to hand over any treasure we find. And that's assuming we weren't laughed out of the room to begin with. We cannot assume that every man and woman shares your base morality. If we but made the attempt, I am sure we could convince some few of the nobility of our cause. And so it goes, round and round. Knowing pirates as I do, I find myself siding with the captain on this. But what of you, Elio? Any thoughts on the matter? We should definitely not go get the help of crews. They will steal our stuff. See there? Elio even agrees with me. We proceed as we have been and try to recover as much sky as possible. However we tackle things, though, we've the long road ahead of us. I'll see if I can't think up a better way to shorten it. You might as well head back to your adventures, Elio. Unless you're willing to lend us your experience in another matter, that is. Utata, our chief engineer, has been mumbling about the Void Ark and cursing under her breath for days. Might be as you can provide some insight into her dilemma.
She is conducting research into the Sea of Clouds, yes? Well, I should rather discuss the properties of the Void Ark than continue with this fruitless debate. I shall see you down there, Elio.
Would stonemasonry be a viable crafting job?
I would say no. In terms of the game as it exists currently, because what items are you producing that are useful in game, right? Like, you're not going to be making, I mean, jewelry, you're already is this form of stonemasonry effectively, if in a sense that it would be in any way useful for making jewelry and stuff. Stonemasonry, the only thing you could argue is like making housing items. I mean, I guess maybe someone else has a counter, further points. But what I would say is, let's go to the shroud real quick. I want to point out what I'm talking about. Other than housing items, well, all the other things can make housing items. So it's not like a job that's specific for crafting housing items. It's like, what can you apply it to that exists in game as it is? Or, what can you potentially pitch that will, of all the times here, give me a second. That it would be able to do, Does that mean you're responsible for building your own bridges to connect islands? What do you mean, connecting islands in what sense? Like connecting the sky islands? Or connecting the already existing items? It's not disappeared, it just got absolutely obliterated beyond belief. Yeah. Okay, cool. Fog's starting to clear. So, if we look over there, that is the West Shroud. This area over here. And it got heavily, heavily damaged by Dalamud. So this is still really the North Shroud, but you go in there in coils. So so people don't go over there a whole bunch. You also, so you can see it from North Shroud. I don't even know if you can see it from Central Shroud. I bet you can. But you can also see it from the South Shroud. Yeah. Oh, you're talking about West Shroud Atelier. That's what you meant. Yeah. It's not that it disappeared. It just got obliterated beyond belief. Here, give me a second. For a theoretical Sky Island Sanctuary. Well, that's only assuming the island is multiple things that are broken up. However, to your point, assuming that you don't get flying until you beat it, you could definitely, I think you could make a really interesting like progression mechanic out of like having bridges to connect it, parts of it, so you have to build those bridges. So yeah, that's not a bad idea, AC. Weather never seems to favor streamers. Never. But we're lucky sometimes, and sometimes it'll pass. But yeah, so you can see it over there. So like, North Shroud's way over there. So it's still observable in game. It's just, people don't fuck with it at the moment. And if you're not aware, this is the Byragots, or Byrago, depending on how you want to pronounce it, stone. There's one stone for each of the 12, if you're not aware, around the world. I don't actually know what gets them to glow, but certain times they glow. It's not time of day, I don't think, because I've tested time of day and it didn't seem to work. Okay. Back to the Sea of Clouds. Oh, did we lose Jubilant? Oh, I'm going to need a ride again, I guess, to get to the Gauntlet. I'll start walking over there if anyone wants to pop by. The North Shroud is still rich in the Aether due to Dalamud. The thing is that Dalamud didn't make it rich in Aether. Dalamud astrally aspected it. The North Shroud isn't particularly any more rich in Aether than the surrounding environments, but there's a lot more astral damage. Oh. Thank you. Oh, do I have to be off mount in order to ride Pelion? Yeah. Thank you. We are going due northeast. Yeah, no worries, Jellybean. If it doesn't come back up, that's okay. Jubilant, did we lose you? Are you in chat? If not, if anyone would like to join our group,
We will have an open slot potentially if Bean is unable to get it going by the time. Latent or casual prayer to the 12. What about latent or casual prayer? Oh, yeah. I'm still here. I can come back if you need. Okay, cool. I was just wondering. You just disappeared, so I wasn't sure if like you're having internet troubles or what. This is so cute. This is most of you guys. What troubles you, Mistress Utata? Were you told that some matter regarding the Void Ark was causing you no small measure of grief? Mistress Utata, what are you?
Ah, I feel so much better now. My apologies, Catsit. You had the misfortunes to enter my field of view just as I felt the intense desire to be something warm and fuzzy. It's the damnable ectocompass. I made another one, you see, identical in all respects to the first compass that Redalia stole. But look, it points in a completely different direction to where the Void Ark should currently be. I don't understand what I did wrong. I used the same plans, the same parts. I cannot imagine that would be. I can imagine that would be infuriating. And you are certain there are no flaws in the design of this material. Positive. I've tweaked and adjusted and replaced every single piece, but it refuses to function as intended. I'm on the very first of tossing the blasted thing over the edge. What do you make of this, Elio?
I don't think the compass is broken. I think it's pointing at whatever was within the Void Ark. Or something of power.
Yes, I am inclined to agree. Judging by your previous work, I would seem unlikely that the compass itself is defective. We must consider other factors. Might you explain to us the principle by which the ectocompass tracks the Void Ark? It all comes down to etheric signatures. I discovered that the Void Ark is encompassed by an energy, or rather peculiar composition, so I simply turned the compass to follow its unique trail.
An energy of particular composition, you say?
Of course. The Ark was propelled by siphon energies of void scent. Could it be that the compass was tracking not the vessel itself, but the aether of the entities imprisoned within? That would certainly explain why the compass now points in a different direction than one would expect. After all, Diablos and the Shadow Queen are no longer on the board the Ark. Are you implying that if we plotted the course based on the readings from the ectocompass, we would arrive on the demon's doorstep, so to speak?
Just so, Mistress Utata. Assuming my theory is correct, we no longer require outside assistance to pursue our elusive quarry.
Oh, Stacia, what perfect timing! You won't believe the wonderful discovery we've just...
No bueno.
Talon's airship that have been spotted en route to our nest. If it's revenge they're looking for, we best head back and make ready for them.
If you enjoyed the stream and aren't a member of our Discord, why not come join us at https://discord.gg/Eorzean archives. One day I'll get through saying that without a pause. A compass that points in a single direction, so just Jack Sparrow. Yeah. Well, to be fair, the compass is pointing at what we want most. I'm in a dungeon currently, but I'm free before you get to the next raid. I can join. Sounds good, Atelier. Do we get a gun with a single shot? Yeah, we already have Jack Swallow with the rogue skill. Yep. Yeah, no, Quinn, we get it. Truce, Red Bill. We need your help to save the captain, Redalia.
You're one of Redalia's favorites. You threatened my crew, steal our compass, and now you come crawling to me for help. What kind of unholy mess have you cretins stumbled into? Aye, we took your damn compass, but it didn't show us to the ghost ship. We ended up at some moldy old ruins, lousy with void scent. Before we knew it, some sort of spider demon was knocking our ships out of the sky. The two of us managed to pull away, but we saw what happened to them as we got caught on the ground. If the captain survived the massacre, she's still there with no wings to fly out again. Aye, why don't you give the link per a listen, Captain? Might be as if we can learn Redalia is alive or dead at least. Ugh, so much buzzing. Can't hear a blessed... Wait. I'm getting some words. They're after Mhachi artifacts. Damn demons are a-searching. Hide. And then a bunch of screaming. Seems Redalia's still kicking for now, but who knows for how long. If those screams were an act, then consider me fooled. I don't think the Talons are laying a trap here. Actually, speaking of emotes, we finished our Niniri drunk stream, which the second that Niniri is feeling healthy again, we'll do. We may do it on a Thursday, depending on the drinking stream, depending on when Niniri has time. But if you guys have an idea for a next fundraising thing, let me know. If you would like to do another emote, if you guys would like to pick an emote or something, we could do that. And we can go from there. I've half the mind to leave Redalia to her fate, but I never turn my back on an adventure, especially with the scent of treasures in the air. Eh? Now tell me, where you found these ruins? You'll help us then. You're a good man, Red Bill. We left the captain in the famed Saltmoor, just northwest of Mordona.
In Yfame, you say? Then you must speak of the ruined shell of Mach itself. By Shitoto's black heart, could they be after the Nullstone?
What's that, Puss? You think you know what those fiends are after? Right. Utata, see to those talons are patched up and then have the Ramiel ready to fly. And don't spare the oil. You know how I love to hear her purr. Elio, Stacia, bring the furball to my quarters and we'll have ourselves a chat about our impedant trip to Old Mach. Atelier, that confused me so much. I was like, what are you talking about, Atelier? I thought you were talking about male appendages. Then I realized you're talking about, like, Lalafel's growing in height. I was thrown for a loop there. Just got done if you still need an extra person. Yeah, we may, depending on if Bean has, if Jubilant's busy, then, I guess not. We'll see. We may have 2 slots, depending on if Jubilant's not coming back. I don't know if they're, I don't know what's up. Right, Furball, let's hear about the artifact that Diablos is looking for.
If I am to speak of the Nullstone, then I must first explain the method by which Mhachi sorcerers would bind the Void Scent into service.
This is important information.
The more powerful the Void Scent, the more difficult it is to manifest in the presence in this world. Their own immense strength weighs them down like an anchor, you see, preventing them from breaking the surface of our dimension. And that is why they cooperate with mortal sorcerers. A mage can provide a suitable vessel for the summoning, or rip a large enough hole in the fabric of reality for the entity itself to step through.
And let me guess, the mages forces the Void Scent to agree to a pact in return for the invitation into our world.
Just so, this is correct. But it would be foolhardy to expect such devious and malevolent creatures to abide by the spirit of even the most carefully worded contract. Thus did the Mhachi Magi construct an occult device that would more securely bind the Void Scent to their will, a safeguard of sorts, that is, to the best of my knowledge, yet lies entombed within the remnants of the ancient city. The Nullstone was seen as the last resort. Should a Void Scent break its pact and turn on its summoners, the mage could use the relic to disperse the very essence of even the most potent entity, obliterating it completely.
I can't see the royals of the Void Scent taking too kindly to a threat like that. Seems those sorcerers were just as ruthless as the monsters they summoned.
When it came to the glory of Mach, the ends justified the means. In any event, we can be certain that Diablo seeks to secure the Nullstone before it falls into mortal hands, and thereby ensure that Skaha will reign unopposed.
Alright, so you know what fiends are after, but what I don't understand is why such a valuable relic was left behind when the mages knew a colossal flood was on the way.
Its value was the very reason they chose not to risk its relocation. The Nullstone is kept within a structure constructed for the purpose, secured behind powerful wards and protected by deadly guardians. And with the rising of the waters, they reasoned that the artifact would be sunk along with the city, far beyond the reach of vengeful Voidsent. But now that Ythaim is more swamp than sea, the demons only have the wards and guardians to deal with, and I doubt they'll be wasting their time there in the mud if they didn't have some trick to break through the wards.
Alright, that's become a race to see who can nab the treasure first, which is just the sort of contest a pirate lives for. A sky pirate lives for.
So we slip into the ruins, pinch the relic, and then rescue Redalia, right from under the Fiend's nose.
Well, I suppose you could save her while we're poking around for loot.
Aye.
I'll grab the new compass from Mutata, so we know where we're going. Check your weapons, pack your small clothes, and meet out by the landing when you're ready to fly. Fighting the router. Sorry, Bean. I hope it gets better for you. What is the Nullstone? Is it a type of Aurosite? It's not a type... Well, it's probably not a type of Aurosite. It could be. What little we get about it kind of really just treats it as an occult device. What that means and its particular nature is not entirely clear, and whether or not it itself is just powerful or whether it's the fundamental magics around it allow it to break the bonds between Voidsent and Pact Holder. What we specifically get for it is okay, so void magics. Although the Mhachi were known masters of black magic, the extent of their power was not limited to Shitoto's school of spellcraft. Towards the autumn years of the Fifth Astral Era, the civilization had begun perfecting void magics, the summoning and manipulation of creatures known as voidsent from beyond the corporeal realm. A report by the scholar of the nominated observers of Artifact Historical, Noah, defines the void as an other world parallel to the one in which man dwells. Abnormal events can weaken the veil between worlds, tearing it asunder, and allowing the Voidsent to invade the material realm. These fiends have depraved appetites and seek our world merely to consume the aether it contains, allowing neither beast nor man to stand in their way. It's important to note that the void, in terms of as a specific physical space, is referring to the 13th. So the Voidsent come from the 13th reflection of Hydaelyn, and that is referred to as the void. However, the void as a term can be applied to things that are not referring to the 13th or void sent exclusively, because at different points in history has been used for a catch-all term. So if you ever see it and you're like, wait, that's referring to something that's not that thing, that's why. The mages of the Allegan Empire had previously experimented in forging covenants with the demons of the voids in hope of harnessing the creature's powers. You can see that through the pact with the Cloud of Darkness and the army they used on Mercidia. The Mhachi expanded this endeavor. So actually, to AC, to a further point you said earlier, there's an interesting language here. It says the Mhachi expanded on this endeavor. Now, that could imply, it could mean just purely that they're running without knowledge of their forefathers' attempts and going further beyond that, or it could potentially further imply that they are building on some knowledge of Allag itself. And there may be more yet that specifies that. Adding extra protection to their experiments so as not to invite the same fate that befell Allegans. That, to me, hardcore implies that even if they weren't using Allegan technologies or even Allegan spellcraft, that doesn't even apply. That outright states they are aware of Allag's fate and how the Voidsent play into that. Which means that, to an extent, the legacy of Allag did affect Mach and their use of the Voidsent. To this end, the mages developed an occult device, the Nullstone, to preserve themselves in their city should a pact be broken. A Nullstone to preserve themselves in their city should a pact be broken. If a summoned Voidsent refused to obey the master of a void, the void mage could smite the feral being using the Nullstone to sever its ties to the corporeal realm. It was in mastering this power that Mhachi came to believe in their civilization's supremacy over all others, eventually driving them to war. What's interesting about the Nullstone is it's severing their ties to the corporeal realm, which to me can imply that Nullstone doesn't just kill. The Nullstone actually may just send Void Send back onto the 13th. So there's some ambiguous language around that, but it's unclear. Let's see if there's any further explanation. Creatures categorized in the upper rungs of the 12-tiered Void Sent hierarchy cannot pass through the dimensional borders by way of an artificial tear. They instead require a willing vessel from the corporeal side, possessing their soul and entering the world by way of summoning. The Nullstone has the capability to destroy the vessel and nullify the pact between it and the summoner, making it a powerful tool in maintaining control over even the most powerful Void Sent. What's interesting about that is what happens when it's used upon a creature that is not residing within a host or has a pact. Does it just slay that creature, or does it return that creature onto the 13th? See ya, Issa. Gotta get my nap before work. Just want to spend some time with y'all. Yeah, thanks for joining in, Issa. We'll fly directly to Yafane from here. Once we arrive, you forge ahead with your band of adventure as you did on the Ark. Elio, just keep slicing into the depths until you reach the Nullstone. We don't want to risk getting knocked out of the sky like the Talons, so we best have a land a ways out from the ruins and head in on foot. The Furball says he knows the place well enough to guide you, so me and the Red Bills will follow behind on rescue duty. You concentrate on smashing a path through the artifacts, and we'll check in the nooks and crannies for Redalia and her crew. Don't let your guard down once you reach the ruins, though, eh? There's likely a golem and such in there, and what's worse than the fiends outside. We wouldn't want our hero losing his head now, would we? Okay. I'll catch the rest of the stream on replay, but I'm taking an awful sinus headache and think I go to take. No worries, Cathra. I hope you're feeling. I hope when you were watching this again, I hope you are feeling better, and I hope you got good rest. So, AC, I hope that helps you inform you a little bit. I'm gonna come back to the tea tree really quick to get. We'll see. Bean's probably still out. We'll need. Small is walking their dog for a second, so that'll give us a second to get new people. So, if you would like to come join us for doing the Weeping City of Mach, we're at Crystal Curl, and we are at the tea tree. So we are here. I'm gonna go ahead and reinvite Jubilant. Issa's out. We got a Tillier. Kick the Bean. Sorry, Bean. Whoop, already says Ingus has been invited. There we go. Okay. We'll see how, let's see if Alara is back yet. Or not Alara, sorry, Small Patata. If not, I think I have at least a couple more things I can read real quick. Yeah, Small Patata's out still. We're going to give them a second more because there is a couple of other things we're talking about. Ancient City of Amdapor, Bitoso, the Calamity of Water, the Ark of the Mhachi. Yeah, let's talk about the Ark of the Mhachi real quick. At least watching this means I can hopefully have some idea how to fight the later when I have time. Yeah, and Silver, also don't forget to use looking for group in the Discord. I mean, plenty of us would be happy to run it with you or like go into voice and explain how to do it. Honestly, well, I mean, I shouldn't say that most of them are low-key, but like the only real mechanics that are going to be a pain are mechanics that like no one's going to blame you if you die to in all of the Mhachi raids, because like a lot of people forget. As the Grand Companies of Mach and Amdapor enacted their contingent... Okay, so basically what happens is as the Sixth Umbral Calamity is coming, the floodwaters are rising, people are realizing, oh, we're screwed. There's a bit of time in which the Mhachi and the Amdapori and everyone are like, okay, we got to come up with plans. So, and they also have formed what are the first historical, what are called Grand Companies, which end up being the root for the idea, inspiration for the Grand Companies that we have later on in the 6th and 7th Astral Era. You know, your Maelstorms, your Twin Adders, your... I got this. Flames. Flames. Guys, my brain's broke. My brain keeps saying things like Secret Flame, Unholy Flame. Yes, they are the Secret Flame. The wielder of the Secret Flame of Vala. Flame of Undun. Immortal Flames. Thank you, yeah, Lord. I don't know what's up with me today. But yeah, so, I mean, hell, the Maelstorms are named for Operation Maelstorm, which is, the operation that the Nimians use to try and save their people. As the Grand Companies of Mach and Amdapor enacted their contingency plans to evacuate the citizenry to higher ground, the Mhachi were looking beyond the mountains, well beyond. Confident in their ability to control any and all monstrosities wrested from the void, the city-state began construction of an airship known as the Ark. That's what we get. Designed to run on the dark energies of the entire legion of void sent sealed within its hull, the rules of the Mhachi envisioned that the floating sanctuary would carry entire families and their livelihoods, livestock, seeds, supplies into the skies, where they would wait in relative safety until the waters of the calamity had receded. Yet even with a myriad of mindless thralls at their disposal, the Ark still required a core powerful enough to see the vessels of the heavens. Thus, the Void Mages sought the power of a Void Sent, the likes of which they had never summoned before, a ruler from one of the higher tiers, the Voidal Hierarchy, Skaha, the Shadow Queen. Only a mage of strong mind could endeavor to control such a potent prisoner without use of the Nullstone, which by the time had been lost in the rising waters. The responsibility was ultimately given to Cessair Blackwind, a high Void Mage of questionable repute and outspoken critic of the War of the Magi. Upon learning of the Void Ark and means by which the Mhachi mages sought to power the vessel, Cessair voiced her vehement disapproval of the plan, claiming it's reckless at best. Cessair is the one who created Catchy. Deadly at worst. However, the rising seed had already begun to swallow the realm, left her little choice, and she reluctantly agreed to helm the plan, if only to save the lives of her people. Cessair and her cadre of 53 Void Mages boarded the Ark and successfully contained within a complex network of interconnected coffins and energies of Skaha, and more than 50 score Void Sent. The vessel launched to the cheers of an entire nation, the hopes that their efforts would lead to a preservation of their society. The Ark and her passengers, however, were never to return. Despite the peerless talents of Cessair and her cadre, the overwhelming power of the Shadow Queen could not be contained. The mage's grip on Skaha slowly loosened, and the lesser creatures under the Queen commanded escaped their fetters. Free to roam the ship, the Voidsent took full advantage of their tight quarters to make quick work of the Mhachi citizenry. Fearing that a complete loss of control was inevitable, the High Void Mage and her loyal compeers chose to sacrifice their lives in one final attempt to redouble the seal on Skaha and return her minions to their coffin. With no surviving Void Mages, the familiar Catchy was left alone aboard the masterless vessel as it wandered through the mists of the Sea of Clouds, where it has since been given the more ominous title of the Void Ark. And these are the three lines that we get that are important. So, advancements in airship technology achieved in the late 6th and early 7th astral era gave rise to increasing numbers of expeditions into the skies unknown. Reports from the expeditions of sightings of massive ghost ships drifting aimlessly in the Sea of Clouds give rise to official investigations, which in turn resulted in the rediscovery of a Mhachi forsaken Ark, lost some 1,500 years past. So, like the only other people who would have ever been able to discover that thing would have been Alag, but obviously the Void Ark comes around during the 5th astral era, so there's no one who could have even discovered it until within the recent times. The only comparable thing that comes to mind is Save the Queen, being a relic containing the power. Oh, Deathberry, have a good day. Yeah, I've got to go to work. I shall rejoin later. Sounds good. I hope everyone has a great day. If I can't rejoin, yeah, hope you have. Okay. The only comparable thing that comes to mind is Save the Queen, being a relic containing the power. I suspect they didn't make the Nullstone so easily it had to take much effort. Well, I don't know what you mean by I don't know why Save the Queen, though, is the same in power, though. Like, the Save the Queen has a completely different power. To be the servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Arnor. Go back to the shadows, flame of Undun. You shall not pass! Okay, not many items can reasonably contain enough power to bring Voidsent to heal. Well, but again, we don't know that the power of the Nullstone is about powerfully shooting a major amount of energy. We just know that it undoes the packs. It may be more arcane in nature and more fickle, more nuanced than just powerful. Okay, we're going to do a ready check, see if Patat's back. Cool. Because Auracite is basically just a crystal that has the power to contain, right? But the Nullstone may just be an ensorcelled object with the ability to reduce rather than containing something that it in and of itself has the power to do something. Like, for instance, we don't even know the Heart of Sabik. We know it's a piece of Auracite, but we don't know that, like, whether it contains, like, it says that it contains the spell Ultima, but does it contain an entity the same way that, like, the Luke of the Auracite do, or Save the Queen? I mean, because the Save the Queen is more akin to something like Ultima's Auracite than anything else, and part of that is because it comes from writer of 12 Vagrant Story Tactics, My brain keeps saying Misato. It's not. I talk about these people all the time. Why am I not working today? But because of that, he always, whenever he's talking about Auracite, he's basically always using it in almost the same way. Whereas when it's used broadly for like white Auracite and other things, yeah, it's less that case. Nullstone possibly acting like an inverse horn. That's an interesting idea. I feel like what we see imagery-wise doesn't link up with that, and the fact that is like, if that's true, it wouldn't be specifically, it wouldn't specify its use of Void Scent, right? Because you would think that like, it wouldn't nullify the pact. It would just like nullify. I mean, what does that even necessarily mean? I mean, like, maybe in principle, to an extent, it works like a reverse horn on Void Scent in specific. But like it would have broader applications then if it was that so simple. Matsuno, thank you, Artemis. Yes, Matsuno. It's Monday, brain no work, no thoughts. Clearly, Demins, clearly. Yeah, the one that gathers math of it. Yeah, no, I follow AC. What your point was. Like I think the language around it that we get in these quests and EE1 to me suggests that the specificity of it nulling the Void Scent is the most key factor rather than being, powerful enough in and of itself to destroy it. However, we will get more comments about its straight power, especially in Dunscape. So we can review that when we get back there, when we get there past this.
My dear Yefame, what a wretched morass it has become.
We have opened a merch store. Thank you very much, Tethys. Oh, and now I have actually some extra, well, I don't really have extra funds, but I've been saving like $5 a week to be able to buy my own goddamn t-shirts and stickers. So I'm gonna grab some of those. Dunscape/neg. What? I'm not sure I follow Jade. It's always such a shame, a perfectly good city going to waste. Yeah, well, and pretty and lovely. I don't remember if it's EE1 or EE2, but one of the bosses we're going to talk about is explained also in, and its appearance in Dunscape is explained in that, so. If anybody's wondering why there's a prototype, Ultima weapon over in Dunscape, there is an actual explained reason. I certainly hope some players aren't arachnophobic. Yeah. Dunscape is like by far my least favorite alliance raid. Really? How come? What's my least favorite? Rabanaster? Might be Rabanaster. Well, no, that's not. I mean, that's not fair because well, here's the thing: is like I don't think Rabanaster is necessarily worse than like Crystal Tower ones. Like it has more going on. It's more interesting. You're a higher level, but like also 70 for most of the jobs I play is not that fun. But Crystal Tower is unoffensive and goes by really fast. I mean, now that I think about it, the only like I've definitely grown more fond. Getting to play Stormblood ones definitely made me grow more when they were on for Tomestones. Made me more fond of them. But yeah, like Shadowbringers and Agalea are still my favorite by far, like in terms of like fighting. And part of that's just like Agalea is current, which means you get to play level 90. And Paladin just doesn't... Like, Paladin feels fine at 80, like, don't get me wrong. But Paladin doesn't feel great until 90, in my opinion. And because I've been playing that, that's colored a lot of my perspective. Like, some jobs feel perfectly fine at, like, even, like, 60. Like, Monk feels fun at 60. Like, it gets better, but... Yeah. The amount of time I've randomly spent, 30 minutes on the first bowl because of the death spiral sucks. Oh, see, I've never had that happen. So, like, that... But I can understand how that would color your view, Jade. See, honestly, that's part of why I don't like Stormblood, is I've only ever had wipes. Like, I've had an occasional wipe in probably every raid except for Agalea, I think. But like Stormblood raids are the only ones I've ever had raid wipes consistently in. The Return to Evilies, which is part of why I get annoyed by them, because they end up taking a lot of time. And just mechanically, I don't like them any like less. Many of the mechanics are like interesting, but some of them are harder to grasp, but also punish hard. Like for my brain, I was able to figure out all the mechanics for all of the Shadows over Mach, and for Crystal Tower, for Agalea, for even for Nier. But like the Stormblood ones, there are a couple mechanics that I was just like, what? Now luckily that's gotten a lot better thanks to a lot of those mechanics showing up in Baja. But I love the final boss though. Yeah, again, the fight against Diablos. It's a good fight. I get nervous in Agalea at times during the soul balance mechanic. I've only ever had that go wrong once. So, and it was like my like 5th ever run of it. So like so far, I always get nervous, but I've been incredibly lucky, which means I'm screwed the next time I do it. I get nervous in Agalea at times during soul balance mechanic. Some people personally stand on the wrong side until the last second. Yesterday, I got so nervous. I had to use rescue, not risking it. Yeah, honestly, I will support using rescue for that if people are fucking around. Like, I have no patience for people fucking around with that. Because you're about to waste like 10 minutes of people's time just because you want to troll. I don't mind wiping in Evilies because the mechanics are a lot more interesting. But are they? Are they really? Like I don't know that they're more interesting. I think they're less readable. I'm not gonna make that. Can someone rescue me? I doubt it. But in Dunscape, and I know we're talking about taste, right? So I'm not saying like, oh, they couldn't. How could you possibly feel that way? But in Dunscape, they're easy, but people still mess them up a lot. I guess I don't have people mess up in Dunscape that much in the runs I've done. That definitely affects my perception of it. I find people mess up. Yeah, the only raid I've find people like constantly mess up in is Stormblood, and particularly in Rabanastre. Happens a lot in Orbone as well, but especially Rabanastre. I've had Agalea wipes like 5 times now. Wow. Because of the balance, yeah. I like the mechanic once you actually understand them. Same goes with every raid, honestly. Yeah, and to be fair, I think all of them are fun. There's not a bad raid. And I don't think that like, oh, I don't get Stormblood, I'm like, oh, a waste of my time. Like, it's only just in juxtaposition. And yeah, here's what I'll say too. If everyone knows the mechanics for Stormblood, then yeah, it's a good time. No question. My like not particular huge love of its no, I wouldn't say I love its flavor, because like its flavor I do like, but like its story not gripping me as much. And honestly, it's not even just its story not gripping me as much, it's that its story doesn't grip me as much, partially because it doesn't become part of a larger context. It's so heavily built into the history of the world, and yet we get so little in any specifics about that time or space because they want Matsuno to be able to write the thing that whatever he wants. Like Baja's, like for all my problems with Baja's better about that because it ends up playing into the world in a more consistent and ready way. Being a war front, being important to Endwalker, you know, and so yeah. I like yeah, I don't appreciate having time wasted like that. That's not cool. And yeah, and there's a lot to be said about if you like Evilise a ton too, even if you agreed with me on some of my points, you may still be like, yeah, but I enjoyed, like the music and everything is gonna get me, so who gives a shit? And as someone who like really likes 12, but doesn't love tactics as much, there are little things that I like. Like there are like, you know, you got your Fran and stuff, you got like some music cues and stuff. But, you know, it's much more tactics than anything else. I'm not a tank, I'm not a tank, I'm not a tank. Beautiful, Small. Beautiful. I'm actually, like, don't get me wrong, I love the balance mechanic thematically and stylistically. I think it's wonderful. I'm shocked they put that in an alliance raid when it would be so easy for people to grief. And honestly, at the same time, though, I am shocked that it never became a huge uproar about people griefing each other with it. Like, I honestly think that, to an extent, says something positive about the 14 community as a whole, that it was never a major issue. I'm surprised Matsuno had such an advanced guns. Surprised Mustadio had advanced guns back in Evil's era, but then again, there was Gaug, so not entirely out of place. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is that we don't really have a full comprehension of when exactly Evilise existed, as far as I know. We don't even know the Astral Era. Actually, AC, if you do offhand, if like you, and I don't mean like a source, like if someone specifically says it, but I've checked the dialogue before, and I don't think I've ever found them saying what even Astral Era took place. So like the time period is, you know, could be 4th, hell, it could be 3rd, it could be 2nd. And the other thing about the guns that's interesting, right, was Musato. Here, actually, let me check something quick. Mustadio's the giant robotic from Orbone. Yeah, okay, yes, he is. Okay. Because I was going to say, the thing is, as a Luca V, right, like, that on top of it means that, like, his form can kind of be, like, defy normal reality. On top of that, it defy normal technological innovations. And in even further than that, guns, because of, like, Aether, because, like, fire aspected Aether materials and stuff, it's not wild to think that their creation was relatively easy, right? Because you don't have to have the manufacture of gunpowder in the same way. I mean, you still do. You still need the explosive powders. But, like, you know, there's the fire aspect in crystal stuff. It's easier to put together. Though we'll say that they were a touch too thick on the voice modulator. Really? I don't have it firmly in my head, so maybe you're right. But I never... That was never something I had a strong feeling about. Ugh, bad way to go.
How tiresome! I had thought to spare my energies for the ward! But if you insist on griping to life so very tightly...
The only world connecting thing that they did that gives them some extra context in Evilise Rage is confirming that modern Garleans came from Evilisians. Did they confirm that, or did they say Gaugians? Because the Gaugians are not Evilisian, right? Because the Gaug are over in... Aren't they their own separate group? I could be wrong about that, but like I know that obviously they come from Gaugians, or actually more really heavily implied and suspected more than. But yeah. Oh, I need to get there. I need to get the dark. You want to get that debuff so that you have the gradual zombification thing going off, otherwise you insta die. That's like one of the few mechanics that gets a lot of people, mostly because the game does not particularly explain it well. Considering that one of the blades of Gunhilder is a gun and they have gun blades, then unless Gaug is in hell of a lot older than Baja, it's not out of line tech-wise. Well, Gaug is a lot older than Baja, probably. Or at least contemporary. Also, gun blades are like kind of I mean, like, yes, you're right because it uses a cartridge-based system and stuff, but, like, you know, it depends on whether or not the recreations of them. I got that, right? With Evilise, it's nice to know that not everything important happened to Eorzea. I mean, but that not everything did happen important. Tons of important stuff happened in Oathard. Tons of important things happened in Ilsabard at different points. I mean, like, especially consider, like, Corvos and stuff. The important things happen. Like, Eorzea is the center of a lot of historic knowledge when we, like, before Stormblood, because, like, that's what's mostly been studied, but it's not like it's the center of the world for every period of time. Looks like you almost got 2 stacks there. I think I did. I picked up 2 stacks. I think I had the thing too long. Atelier, do you happen to know? Do they confirm that Gaugians were technically considered Evilisians in the? I'll go back. If Ray or Tethys, if one of you were around, if you could just note that would be a great point to specify, because their like geographic location with like the Anchorite isn't really technically directly in the path. I mean, like it's neighbors to obviously like Dalmasca, the Eastern Sand, Western Sand area, and yada yada, but it's not. It's more like it's just as much in the Corvosi area. Also curious if Templar and Thunder God were exclusive jobs to tactics, and funny how Sid Ulfis looks like a Marquis Sid without the third eye. Yeah. Actually didn't think like that with the Gaugian, since FFT Gaug is an Evilise, so I assume it's the same. Well, that would be like a fair like guess, right? Then, based on using that as our precedent. But I just can't think of a time that they mention them. But that doesn't mean that they don't. I'm trying to think about where we can search other than just looking through the text dialogue in from Owlis, or not Owlis. What's his face? Because I know there's a couple other places that look at. Also, don't use the wiki, because I know for a fact that the wiki cited incorrect information about Gaug at least twice. So, like, maybe it's right for the most part, but I can't trust it on that. Garam makes a mention of technologies. Yeah. Like, Gao gets a lot of mentions. I'm trying to think about when they refer to them in line with, like... oh, you know what? EE2. There's a little bit about the Anchorite, I think. It would be past here. Oh yes, Gaug was Mustadio's hometown in Tactics. Yeah, but like we shouldn't use Tactics because like it's just a reinterpretation of things from Tactics and 12 and stuff. So like we should never use that as like the exclusive information. But I do think in lieu of having any like evidence one way or another, it becomes a fair assumption. It's like, what were the bounds of Evilise? Geographically, where specifically was Evilise? You know, the existence of Orbone seems to imply Southern Oathard, right? But, you know, if it existed onto the fourth, before the fourth, or during the third or something. Well, probably didn't exist during the third, because Alag had control of all three of the Great Continents. So it would have kind of, not had to, but kind of had to, would have existed before in the, like, second or fourth. Those are the only times that, well, first, second, or fourth are the only times it really makes sense. I mean, it could exist during prehistory. That'd be weird, but it could. This is my favorite fight. Ozma? Yeah. FF9 fans rejoice, for it is Ozma. By the way, and I think we've mentioned this before, but if you ever looked outside, if you ever notice how this looks like a terrible, terrible PNG, if you actually look at the map from outside, this is a projection. It's supposed to look like a terrible PNG because it is actual projection of what outside is supposed to look like to the Mhachi. Ah! No, off us! Off us! But not you. But not. I'm sorry, Jubilee, I shouldn't laugh at you. But I just saw you just like go like, nah, I don't know. I'm eating myself into oblivion. I ain't got time to deal with this. So, there's also a really interesting thing here. Ozma was a weapon created by the Mhachi that uses voidal compression to absorb things into it and, like, crush them down to a smaller size. One thing that's really important to think about is when we go in there, you will see architecture, and the architecture looks pretty Nimian. Which means that there's a good chance that Ozma was used to attack Nim. It's never been explicitly stated in any of the books, I do not believe. But a lot of evidence. So trying both raid and type, I mean, I remember in the extra cutscenes with the 14th Legion at Gao, Gabranth mentioned something implying that the ancient Evil East and Empire are related. Sweet! Awesome, Tillier, thanks. Yeah, and sorry for making you do double duty. So yeah, if you look, when we get down, you'll be able to see them more. But you'll see, there's some, so you can see some architecture like that, which is the Nimian columns. You see those in the skies above, Upper and Outer Lenosia. Any chance Sid shares a bloodline with the Gaugians or Count Sidolphus due to how similar they look? Doubt it, but then again, the genetics are weird. You know, I mean, if what Atelier is saying is true about the Gaug... Not like I doubt you, Atelier, but like if we take that at right, then it makes, and there's a legacy between the Gaugians, if he's Gaug and Gaug's part of the Evil East, then yeah, I think it totally makes it totally a thing you could maybe think is possible. It's a fun hypothesis / theory. But I would be, you know, until we can, like, find some, like, corroborating something beyond, like, it could be, you know, just be careful about being like, ah, yes. But yeah, so if, before we go in, you can see the Nimian, things. Yeah, they also mentioned that TG Sid and current Sid are from the same bloodline. Boom! There we go. So yeah, totally confirmed. Who mentions it? Is that also Gabranth, or is that, like, same group? Oh, I should have gotten out of that. But I need to research it because I'm going from brain memory. All good. Atelier, it's so hard when you're like, well, I know this thing. I feel like I know it, and I feel like I've definitely seen it. But also, I've totally forgotten where it actually is stated. So... if you got the die over you... it's going to blow. When you get those circles around you, where you want to place them is... I mean, you can place them out there. Actually, it works too. But you usually want it around the sides. Does that say Doomsday Impact in 10 seconds? Oh my god, are we going to get a wipe? Oh, I'm not a tank. I don't have to worry about holding aggro. Oh my god, is this what it's like to play DPS? So much less responsibility. I mean, Deeps is responsibility, so... I should start remembering actually which shape they are. DPS irresponsibility is so great in alliance raids. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't know that it's proximity, but I don't want to... Oh. On the off chance, I don't want to worry about it. One of the Mughals confuses TG for Sid briefly. Yeah, okay, I definitely need to replay that story. I'm excited. I will say, I'm really, really excited to do the recap for that once we get there in story and to, like, really engage and deep dive with it because I'm hoping my opinions will change. I'm hoping I will come to love it a lot more or appreciate it more or see things that connect. And, like, that is my hope for it. There is never a time where I do not come away from something feeling like, oh, I didn't like that, or oh, I feel down about that, and I don't want to have my mind changed. I would much rather, like, come to find the good in it. Squares when two people split off, and we're, yeah, in for square, and then out for, obvious sides for, diamond. I'm gonna hold for limit break 3 unless we get closer. Oh, we lost one of the teams. Whoop. I've never had this much trouble in I don't think it's the first time, but it might be the second time I've ever seen a wipe in this. All these squares make a circle? Yep. Actually, honestly, if we keep up and we get like a DPS up who limit breaks 3, we'll probably be able to end this. I never wiped here, but I do know someone who calls it wiping City of Mach. Really? I feel like other than oh, people release, is that why they're back up? That must be why they're up. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's not fine! Yep. I never wiped here, but I knew. That's interesting, I've never, like, it's not a, regular thing that happens to me compared to Rabanastre or... Honestly, Rabanaster's the bad one. I don't think Tower's ever been, like, Lighthouse has been ever particularly bad. Thinking about if Orbone's ever been particularly bad, and I don't think so. I wiped here Ozma. Also might be a primal thing. I mean, yeah, that's the thing is servers be different. Yeah, we released, yeah. It used to be a lot worse at release. I mean, but most have been worse at release. I mean, the other thing is at release, you have a lot of people doing it, is the thing. And so, like, you have a lot of people at different skill levels. It's the same way that, like, when I do... You know, it's also that thing, like, if you've ever done, like, if you do, like, day 1 raids, it's a lot easier to get the raids done than, like, week 2 raiding with roulette. Because, like, you'll notice, even though technically people should, in theory, can have better gear at that point, you will actually, like, in my experience, the amount of damage output goes drastically down. Orbone at release was a hell of a trip. I don't know if I did Orbone at release, because I was there, I don't know what time I did. I must have done it relatively recently after release, because I did it between the first near raid and the second. The first near, for it and the first near raid. I was just watching Grinding Gear having as much trouble with the World of Darkness run. Just happens sometimes. Yeah, we're good to pull. Okay, actually trying for a second. And a 3, and a 2, and a 1, 2, 3. I'd probably put it back there instead of closer in to avoid it getting people hit by it. It's never been a problem in the past, so I haven't even really thought about it. But yeah, it's probably more optimal to put it in the corner here. Although, does it not still hit your team if it's there? I guess probably if they're right close up, it's probably okay. Out. Remember, if you have a ranged attack, you can still be attacking, even if you're melee. If you're a tank, you can still throw your theme. If you're a Dragoon. You can throw your lance at the weapon. I'm assuming you just got it on the string, and that's how you're getting it back to you. Near release day were some of the best raids because of people who weren't familiar with those games getting owned by vulnerability balls. Honestly, the near raids, since the stat squish, feel off to me. They just don't like feel quite right. But the near raids during Shadowbringers were my favorite raids of all time. Not narratively. Narratively, like as someone who loves Nier and loves Final Fantasy 14, it's not my favorite narratively. It's just, it's not that it's fully incongruous, but it's pretty incongruous. I got yeeted in tower the first day. Plays monk. What about monk? Oh yeah, you don't have range for monk. Yeah, but you have your meditation stance, so like you have a thing that you should be doing, even if that thing is technically nothing. The glamours and music are what people enjoy the Nier raids for most. Not what I enjoy most about them. Nier music, okay, music yes, but like the fighting and the music are the things that I enjoy. They're still like some of my favorite actual encounters. I also really like though things like Barb EX, the most recent trial. I won't go into detail about it, but she has a mechanic that is basically just bullet time, bullet hell, where you all need to be dodging, and I fucking love mechanics like that. I love mechanics where not you need to stand exactly right here. I love mechanics where there isn't a perfect way to do this that you need to master. You just need to be ready to adapt and improvise, and I love shit like that. So, because of that, that's part of why I love a lot of Nier fights. Avoid the giant glowing blue balls. And in general, avoid blue balls. I've never done an EX. I highly recommend it. And the thing I'll say about the EX is like, they get progressively harder in a lot of ways. So the thing is, if you do a Realm Reborn EXs, I mean, one, you can do them unsynced. But if you do like a Realm Reborn EX, it's not gonna be nearly as hard as like a later one. So you can definitely take your time to just like work your way up. And if you need a group or you need someone to teach you how to do them, I'm sure I or someone else would love to if you just want to add them and looking for group on the Discord. No, wait. I was trying to see if, okay. Because as long as they're out in the back there. I think they're, because otherwise I'm worried about spreading them too far to the... I might be wrong on that, though. If they hit too close, they blow up, I recall. Okay. Well, then, thanks for adjusting it, Tillier. Oh, Deadpool's a wooing. I didn't even get to limit break that time. Also, mount rewards. Broder Bear, good to see you, glad to have you. And yes, there are tons of great reasons to do EX beyond just the experience of doing them. Glam, mount rewards, and yeah, so yeah, John, if you ever want to do them. Memphilia, tell me when I can leave the Waking Sands. Now, you can leave them now. If they hit food too close, they blow up. But yeah, IDK if I'm the only one to notice, but the Watcher's cloak reminds me of somewhat of Fusoya from FF4. Yeah, I totally see it. To be fair, though, that same cloak exists, you know, prior with certain other characters who wear white robes like that. But I totally see the Fusoya relation. Gotta say that the Mach raids had some of the coolest glams. I don't know if I've ever actually, like, looked too close at them. Mach does have some good glams in the raids. Agalayas would be so much better if they weren't monochromatic for tank. Obviously, tank's the only one I really care to know about. Oh, that's... Wow, they pulled before people were... That's really rude. If it's people's first time... I'm going to say this here, too. If it's people's first time, wait. I don't feel like I need to qualify that, but just in case, don't ruin people's first time doing a thing. Obviously, it doesn't matter for me, and I think Lord has it too, so it's not bad. But you don't know that. You don't know if someone's played it before. So, like, just as a rule of thumb... Yeah, some dude got too close. Huh. Okay, here's another rule of thumb, which I wish more people would practice because I see it happen all the time. Just wait behind the purple line. A lot of people are like, oh, no, I'm gonna wait in front of the purple line, but there are some bosses that pull closer than you think they're going to. Just wait behind the purple line. It's that simple. And if like if you're terrified of accidentally being sealed outside of the thing and having to press a button, wait right on the other side. And that's not aimed at like none of you guys did it, so it's not a problem. But just I am asking as a favor, please do this. Because I had one of my like really hype moments during MSQ the first time kind of ruined by that. I won't say which one because spoilers. The Fame caster healer sets are pretty nice. Yeah, that's not surprising. Oh, it's surprising that Fame had healers. I guess every society needs to have healers. And I don't know if it's spelled the same way, but every time I see that, I just think of Bijou from Hamtaro. God, this sucked at the time for Black Mage. Oh my god, I bet. Kind of ironic, too. Or maybe intentional. I don't care why, but I really love the SFX for Chaos Thrust. I don't even know if I know what it sounds like on the top of my head. I don't have it yet, do I? Do you enjoy words in the written format? There are more lore at eorzeanarchives.com. It's true. If you like Nini's written lore, you can always check that there. I should have been paying attention so I didn't get slashed. The Cherry Blossom Spear attack. Oh, that one? The second one? What's it sound like? Let's find out. That's it? Is it like... Or is that her? Let me hear. Yeah, I can't. I literally can't tell it any different than... Yeah. But I'll try listening to it outside of the actual fight. Let them take the XP penalty and learn their lesson. Have you done Baldesion Arsenal? I have not, actually. I just haven't had time to do it, and every single time the Discords are up to do it, I don't have any free time. So I really want to do Baldesion Arsenal. I know the entire thing. I know the fights. I know what to do. I just have not had time. I know the lore. It plays a little Japanese zither chord. Koto. Interesting. Okay. Elio, you may lose power briefly at any moment. Please check your messages. Oh. Okay, well, I may lose power because the electricity person may be coming in to do stuff. If that happens, well, it's been nice knowing all of you. No, I'll be back in a brief period of time. I just made a spear for a second. What we'll do probably is pause after this. So that way if it happens for a second, it won't be a problem. T had a good run, but now the cops have finally caught up. I don't know what Demins did, but it definitely got the cops on my ass. Ex Machina. Fucking great. Am I back? Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what that was about. The Weeping City of Mach, complete. Thank you. It is, we always do what the story is related with. Oh, I might actually, oh my god! Oh man, if only that was 96, that would have been something. Oh man, a 94 on the... Oh man, I have some music. Oh, from doing Alexander, right. I know, my inventory's a mess at the moment. Oh man, I can't believe I got a minion on the first run. I usually wait for people's cutscene, but it was the only one time that someone got too close. Yeah. No, I mean, Saber, I mean, if it wasn't you, I mean, look, let me put it away. Even if it was one of you guys, I just ask that you hear me out on it. Like, please do it for the sake of others. If it wasn't one of you, it's none of your guys' fault. And I'm sure that guy, I'm not even saying like that guy's an asshole, like necessarily, but yeah. Sometimes shit just happens.
So this is the heart of the ruins, eh? You've done a fine job dismantling the defenses, Elio. I only wish we could say we had the same success, but Hydaelyn and her talons were nowhere to be found.
Yes, it is quite distressing, but we must focus on claiming the prize at hand. The Nullstone is ours.
The way he fucking walks.
You've left such an inviting trail of destruction to follow.
I've seen you found the relic, then. Wonderful. Lord Diablos would be so pleased. And look here, I brought you a gift, and thanks for all your hard work.
Already ad. Spears up butts, as Nymeria would say.
This is the lovely lass you've been oh so desperately seeking, isn't it? Unless you wish to see her rent limb from limb, then you would hand over the Nullstone.
You think I care a bit about her worthless limbs? The one's done naught but cause us grief, and I just thought to crow over her grave. What? Don't give me that look, Hydaelyn. What, you thought I was here to save your sorry hide? You never been aught but an obstacle to me. Do you remember the first time we met? You were roaring with laughter at the sight of all them elegant relics, until I used your pretty blonde head as the stepping stone.
Damn you, you selfish bastard, and damn me for expecting you to act any different! If it had any high weapons, I'd blow a bleak hole in your belly!
Have you forgotten how an awful shot you are? Not much of a threat when I've seen you and miss the side of a cathedral at 10 yalms.
Silence, you grinning fool! You ruined my moment, and I'll ruin your smirking face!
Now, puss. Kamehameha. Begone, vile demon!
What? Ah! It burns! The world is not your stage, unholy harlequin. Begone from our realm!
It burns us, precious. It burns.
Catchy, the hero, indeed. Yes, good to see you. Glad to have you. Of course you bluff.
Clever farce, mortals, but the show is not over. Not until you scream.
The bugger got away, and I think we'd best do the same. Does Caliphisteri remind you of any Void Sense? Like anyone in particular? I mean, do you mean hair? Do you mean the idea of the, like, replication of hair? I mean, like, I don't think she reminds me of Barb particularly, but yeah, they both have a hair element. Now will be some excitement, wasn't it, Elio? Probably a little bit too much for Hydaelyn, but we gave her a bed to sleep it off the worst of her ordeal. She'll likely be back to her usual cheerful self in no time. Quite a successful jaunt, all told. You and me, we make a pretty good partnership. But I've got words for you, Furball. You said that relic would obliterate a void set completely. Seems to me that floppish fiend just got scorched before he slipped away. Oh, that was scarcely a fraction of the Nullstone's true power. Once I have learned how to unleash its full potential, such demons shall be consumed like gnats caught in a bonfire. So you're telling me our secret weapon ain't ready for battle? You might as well be wielding a blunted sword. Might I remind you that this blunted sword stung our foes sufficiently to free the Lady Pirate. As a result, we could not have achieved it with your blustering words alone. Bah, I was ready to flee without Hydaelyn, and things took a turn for the worst. But you're right. You had the presence of mind to take advantage of my bluff, and if it wasn't your actions that saved her in the end. What? Did he just give me a compliment? One bat, so much trouble. Yeah. Yep. Can't wait to see how they look in. Will they be in Rebirth, maybe? FF7 Remake sequel? Depends. Because of how Remake ended and the fact that, like, Rebirth may not necessarily follow the same chronology and pace. Could be. I would suspect likely, yeah. If it follows anywhere near the same general cadence, even, like, at all, yeah, I would say yeah. Currently replaying AR, but the fight to Ratatan now, and after the dialogue, how likely is it for Garlean to have occupied Eorzean? Oh, I'd have to review what he specifically says. For them to have occupied it, I would think relatively unlikely, but possible. Also, Ratatan is, I believe, he's an Central Ilsabardian. He has the Arvina name, so I believe he is probably from the Central Ilsabardian mountain range rather than being from Eorzean. I mean, obviously, Central Ilsabardian Rogadin would still be descendants of the Eorzean, but rather, because that would make a lot more sense. But again, I would have to, if you have his exact line that made you think that, go for it. Like, the thing, too, is, like, Eorzean, if you look at it, like, geographically, it's not super helpful for them to focus on it. And at the point at which they're sending people out to Eorzean, they'd rather just send those troops to Girabanya. And the Eorzean would fight pretty hard. Oh, we lost Papata. Patata. Fun last ally raid. Yeah, I gotta leave, need to eat. Okay. Cheers, man. We might be waiting a while before Hydaelyn finally decides to wake up. But not so long that you've got time to flit away on some adventure. Come join me in my quarters and we can ask her a few questions as soon as she's ready to talk. You guys ever seen Brooklyn Nine-Nine? Yep. Leofard is Raymond Holt and Hydaelyn is Madeline Watch, Starcross Haters. To an extent, yeah. Actually, I'm gonna be right back. I need to get water. I got water and I brought a friend. Oh, what? You went down? Would you like down? Very good, buddy. Throw a super chat and make Elio say weird shit in a silly voice because it makes Deadpool happy. It's true. He does actually like to me when I sing to him in silly voices. Not sure if it... Not sure. It was never mentioned in the game if there were any Garleans in Eorzean. Most likely Rattatan's referring to a home on the Elucidate region where there's some Rogadin there. Yeah, the thing is that, like, there's a large swath of Elucidate... so, like, for instance, Greenwatt Arvina is from an Elucidatean Rogadin. There's multiple tribes that have existed there as far back as... At least somewhere between the 700s and 900s in the 6th Astral Era. So I would suspect it's far more likely that they're there. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, I think Greenwatt is specified to come from with the one of... Yeah, give me a second. I'm pretty sure they actually do give us some information on Greenwatt. Could specify this a little bit more. Dolan refugees, no, crystal braves, no, not red bells, no, nope. Eorzeans, warriors of darkness, no, come on. Is it in the Garlean section? Is that what's going on? Now I'm curious. Now I want to know. Servants. Garland Ironworks, Science of Dawn. Yeah, her lands are 93. Okay, so I need to go a little bit earlier. Regulus, Nail, Julia, Rattatan. Yeah, Rattatan Sus Arvina. Native to remote territory systematically subjugated by the Empire, Rattatan Sus Arvinas. So remote territory systematically subjugated by the Empire. Based on that alone, that could be Eorzean. Rattatan Sus Arvina entered the army for sole purpose to earn his citizenship. Assigned to the 14th Imperial Legion, the Rogadin swiftly attained the rank of officer and was awarded the position of pilot prior by Gaius van Bilsar, who recognized his exceptional martial prowess. Rattatan proved himself a brilliant field tactician through a series of victories, demonstrating his worth in the legatus' eye. In time, he rose to the highest rank a non-Garlean can hold, Prefectus Castorum, and during the invasion of Eorzea was often trusted with missions of great importance. Rattatan remains a formidable fighter despite his 49 winters, and can move with surprising speed under considerable weight of Tartarus, his massive gun shield. That doesn't give us a lot. However, the thing is that remote territories could be talking about remote outlying territories. So we could be talking about the central Elucidatean mountain range. You could be talking about probably not Nalmask, but you could be talking about anywhere in the bounty. You could be talking about out in here, wherever the fuck Landis is. Arguably, if the central Elucidatean mountain range reaches into here, you know, maybe even Nalmask is over here rather than down here, but if it reaches into here, you know, this could be an outlying territory from Garlemald. And so it's not impossible because of the vagaries of what they're saying. I would think it unlikely. The other thing I would tend to look at is if we look into the game files and see whether or not Rattatan is supposed to be based off of a Seawolf or Hellsguard, because if he's based off of Hellsguard, then I feel like that's less likely because that's usually what they use for the central Elucidatean mountain range peoples. But, you know. Curious why his fighting style of choice to use 2 gun shields exclusively and not common gun shield with weapon combo. Because he's a muscular dude and he's just like, I'm going to hit you real hard. You know, like if Julia, not Lucia, her sister. Oh my god. Anyways, Livia. If Livia is, you know, Gaius' sword, he is Gaius' shield. He is the Aegis of the Black Wolf. Ho there, Elio. Might as well make yourself comfortable while we wait on Redalia. Besides, after fighting through the ruins, I'll wager you could use the rest. I think he's a sea wolf in the files. That's interesting. That's very interesting, then. That makes it more likely, then, that it could be referring to Eorzean. It would also potentially explain why Eorzean hasn't been having any connection with the outside world, at least not much. But then it's also mapped. That seems odd. And also, the Sharlians would be really worried about it if that was the case, because that would be a launching grounds for... We should have heard something if that was the case. Where's the rest of my crew? Surely there were other survivors.
Tell me, Redalia, what drove you to risk exploring Old Mach? The compass sent you there, aye. But we were after the Void Ark? You knew something, didn't you? I found a book. We were looting these strange ruins in the Sea of Clouds, and one of the lads dug up a tome. It had a passage that described the Void Ark and a powerful relic called the Nullstone.
A tome scribbled by Mhachi sorcerers, mayhap. Captain, would you happen to know the author of this work?
The words are muddled by obscuring magics, and 1,500 years have faded its pages. There's much that remains illegible, but what little my darling cutthroats and I could decipher suggests it was written by a mage of exceptional status. See for yourself. If what the book says is true, the Ark is the source of immeasurable power. With that ship under my command and the mysteries of Mach in my possession, I had thought to crown myself Queen of the Skies. And look how well that turned out. What manner of sky pirate, what manner of queen can't even keep her own crew alive?
Redalia, is it not... would I be correct in assuming that you seek revenge against the Void Sent who slaughtered your comrades?
Of course I want revenge! The hell-spawned shit gobbler killed my crew! If he were here right now, I'd gouge out his eyes and choke him to death with my bare bloody hands!
You are not alone in your desire to bring an end to these abominations. Captain, will you not join us in our endeavors to secure the peace for the skies? Will you not join the Talon's strength to ours?
What strength? The way things are right now, I doubt I could keep the peace in a monastery. Especially if it was Orbone. This is not to do with personal grudges. Either I just don't have the men. All my best fighters died in the ruins, and the dregs that are left are scarce sharp enough to be called talons. Did you leave the spine back in them ruins, Redalia? You had your wings clipped and no mistake, but there's no reason to give up the life. I thought we rescued a sky pirate, not some cur that turns tail well and her back ain't there to bite her. I know what you're trying to do, Red Bill, but I've lost my taste for glory. You can have the cursed book. Just be sure to make the bastard pay.
I forgot about that, Atelier. I totally forgot you see that. Hey, Furball, how quickly do you think we can decipher them ratty old totem? I need you to figure out exactly how your relic works. You sent me that one fiend squealing in fear, but that ain't enough. From what you've told me, we'll need to aim for some of that obliteration if we're going to take the Shadow Queen. The rest of you, put everything you got into what you do best. Be the research over blade work. Overdoing it is just... it is doing it just right, if you get my meaning.
Thank you, Tethys.
Yeah, greenish skin and greenish and bluish is the sea wolf. I totally forgot about the world. I haven't played Worldlet since it released. I should go replay it.
I'll decorate my walls with void sent heads if I have to. The skies should belong to no one.
Are you guys talking about Greenwatt by Mr. Dames? I'm assuming, all my name days have come at once.
All my name days have come at once.
Thanks, Tam.
The Nullstone hath fallen into mortal hands.
1,000 apologies, Lord Diablos. I shall personally wring each and every one of their scrawny necks.
The time for skulking in shadows hath ended. I am grown weary of these meddling vermin. The power of the Shadow Queen waxeth full. Soon mine ardent desire shall pass from dream into dark reality. Ribboned.
He definitely does look like one of the demons that the Doom guy would kill.
Aye, Elio, Cat just sent me down to find you. You have proper knack for showing up just at the right time, you know that? Anyway, Cat cracked open the tome what we got from Hydaelyn and has been studying all the Nullstone secrets. He thinks he might be onto something important, not just concerning Diablos and the Shadow Queen, but also the cat himself. Come on, back to Powerrock, and can hear all that we has to say together. It's something I'm using to find out the word Arvina means fat in Garlean. That's so mean. Where do they say that? That's amazing. Is that in one of the EE books? I don't remember that. Fat or thick? You don't need me to remind you how much to reach Powerrock, do you? It's just a short flight from the standard here. Is that in Stormblood? Because I don't remember that in EE1. Or EE2.
Boy, you remember how the Talons snatched our Putata. Well, we ain't have no more of that. The Parax's sentries on duty now, night and day.
As I suspected, the tome was penned by Mhachi sorcerer of superior standing, as well as detailing the methods by which the full power of the Nullstone might be unleashed. Its pages also contain a number of revelations concerning my master, High Void Mage Cessair. If these histories are to be trusted, then it seems that Cessair herself was responsible for summoning Diablos. But I thought you said Yater Master was supposed to support in the war effort. Why should we be the one to call upon the bat-winged monster? A good question. Cessair only agreed to the ritual as a means to bring the conflict to an early resolution. From what I can glean from these pages, Diablos was intended as a bluff of sorts, a threat that was never to be exercised. But those arrogant imbeciles ignored my master's carefully laid instructions and elected to unleash the fiend upon Amdapor. It was only when Cessair moved to protest this act that she was branded a traitor and imprisoned.
So, fuck Mach.
Once they had contained the opposition, the Void Mage studied all manner of otherworldly arts as the talent feat of their new pet. The most dangerous of which was the rite for summoning Skaha, and the method for channeling her power. Yet even after all they had perpetrated, these ambitious fools had the gall to come crawling to Cessair when the coming of the Great Flood was predicted. They begged her to take control of the Void Ark for the salvation of the Mhachi people. As you saw for yourself, however, the energies of the Shadow Queen broke loose and turned the vessel into a derelict nest of void scent. It seems obvious now that the arts taught by Diablos were deliberately flawed. The only saving grace in all this is the madness was when the damnable fiend was sealed away by the white mages of Amdapor. I shudder to think what would have happened if he had been reunited with his queen.
So now, 1500 years later, Diablos is looking to finish what he started. I thought the bat-faced bastard was just some opportunistic underling, but it turns out he's the main villain behind this whole mess.
Were Cessair alive today, she would accept responsibility for unleashing Diablos upon the world. As the High Void Mage's familiar, it is my duty to act in her stead. I have deciphered the secrets of the Nullstone, and with its undiluted power shall I erase Diablos from existence.
Ha, I like your spirit, Puss, but try not to rush in too quickly, eh? Getting yourself killed won't do us, or your master, any good.
Wait. No one's rushing in anywhere just yet. Or have you forgotten that we're still in the middle of scouting out them fiends' lair? We got the compass to go by, aye, but who knows what kind of place it'll lead us to, or how many demons will be lying in wait when we get there. We fly in with our eyes open, or risk getting slaughtered just like the Talons. Oh, yes, speaking of which, the tome made mention of a potential location for... Well, that's not good. What could all that possible ruckus be? Let's go check it out.
Do you know the way to his queen? Actually, my bad. Arvina means fat in Latin. Okay, yeah, the Garland derives from Latin. I suppose that's still the same case. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair if you look at like the naming convention for their places and stuff. I would wonder though, because like sometimes, you know, when you translate things like, oh, it's fat, but like there's a connotation that's missing for like a translation or a localization. So maybe it could also mean thick.
Leofard.
Behind you. He's behind you.
Yeah, curse you, fiend.
At long last.
This is far from over, demon. We'll not allow an abomination like the Shadow Queen to rule the world.
Then thou knowest not of ruling. It is might by which decideth dominion. But believe what thou mayest, frail creature. You are playing things. Your screams of denial shall amuse me as I send this rock and all upon it to shatter upon the ground below.
Fire cannons.
Bitchin'.
Gods, is that Hydaelyn? Where's she been hiding that ship?
Absolutely no one's... I would not tire my arm with the swatting of so many flies. The Nullstone is mine, and there is yet much to be done. Yep, catchy, sturdy animation. It's an Endwalker with V8 title, I believe. Are there any examples where that's... Oh, sorry. I suppose it's the same case. Yeah, well, so it's supposed to mean, like, traitor, but, like, also it's supposed to mean one who's not of. So, like, the thing is, like, even though it means wayfarer traveler, it also, that in and of itself means, like, you're not of us any longer, and so you now are stuck to travel. And it's also playing off of the idea of him now being a mirror of the Warrior of Light. So, yeah, it's basically supposed to be used for traitor. And that's, like, the issue where, like, you have a connotation thing, right? So, like... It's possible that that possible connotation existed in Latin for it. I don't know. I'm talking out my ass. I have no idea if it does. I'm just saying, like, it's always worth remembering that just because the literal translation is different doesn't mean that the, like, connotations aren't actually closer than we think. So it's worth looking into if you can. Well, well, ain't I a lucky sod? 2 demons in 1 day. Found some new dogs to lick your boots, eh, Hydaelyn? Is that any way to welcome me back to the life? You need allies, and pursuing our reluctant fellows to join in a common purpose is a feat only a woman of my charming beauty could accomplish. And besides, you look too injured to be of much use to anyone. You best take to your bed, old man, and let me, your champion, take care of the void scent.
What? So you can tuck tail and run again at the first sign of trouble? You'd not even be standing there if it weren't for me. And even with me arm busted up, I'm still twice the pirate you are.
Nay, I think you should stay behind this time, Leofard. We must pursue the Diablos without you. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford to wait for you to heal. We must take advantage of Captain Redalia's reinforcements and proceed with all haste.
Did the demon just drop you on your head, Furball? Without me there to run things, you'll just be ending up getting Elio's way, and no one making haste anywhere until we know what we're flying into.
Again, Captain Redalia may hold the answer to that dilemma. I suspect that the island where she uncovered the Mhachi tome is the very location where Diablos has chosen to lair. The floating marvel I speak of is not a natural occurrence. It was constructed as a haven for refugees of the Flood. The tome makes very clear reference to the island's purpose. It describes in detail the Void Sense sorcery employed in its creation. As the Void Ark never arrived at its destination, however, the island remained uninhabited. I can imagine no more suitable hideaway for a scheming friend. Even better, Diablos will not expect us to suddenly arrive on his secluded doorstep. The Talon fleet will carve us a path through the Lesser Fiends, and we shall strike swiftly into the heart of the confusion to seize the Nullstone. Once the relic is secured, I will use the power to obliterate our devilish foe. As a sky pirate, surely you understand how such an assault relies on speed and surprise. We cannot have a wounded companion slow us down, and potentially doom the entire enterprise.
So you think you're in charge now, do you, Puss? Poor, broken Leofard's just some dead weight you need to cut away. You know what? I've had a bellyful of your mulin. In any case, go on. Fly off without me. See how far you get with your thrice-damned enterprise.
Captain Redalia, compare the direction indicated by the ectocompass with your navigational records, if you please. I think we'll find the coordinates coincide with the island in question.
Certainly, and feel free to board our flagship when you're set to depart. My darling's large enough to accommodate your adventure, and his fellows with room to spare.
I have zero clue who you might be talking about until you. Gotcha. Context-wise, similar meaning. Oh, so now that I learned the Viator means traveler, or I dare say adventure. Yeah, that's what I was alluding to earlier. Kind of gives an extra layer to somebody, but I'll stop talking about that. Yeah, that's exactly what I was hinting at, Atelier. Yeah. There's... The game has been pointing to that mirror the whole time, but... You know, like, it makes it more, very, very emphatic when you get to, Okay, coming back to the Tea Tree to get an 8th member. If any of you guys, if anyone would like to join and be our 8th member for Dunscape, please meet me at the Tea Tree. We're on Crystal Curl. I like to have a full party when we go into it so that there's we're not dragging anyone else into the nightmarish mess that is the conversations that we all have. I can take. Cool. Jade, are you already in our group? I don't think you're in our group, are you? Jarek or Jade? Which way are you guys both wanting to come, or just Jade? Also, Jade, are you not my friend? If so, I need to send you a friend request. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you, Jubilant. Also, are you having fun, Jubilant? We only need one yeah, okay, cool. You guys got that. I hope you enjoy your staring. Do Void Sent not die when slayed in our world? They would probably die in slayed in our world. Because the thing is that they don't return to the Ethereal Sea because there is no Ethereal Sea on the 13th. If you kill them in our world, there's two possibilities. They're either forced to return to their world, or if you sufficiently just damage their soul, their aether enough, I think they would return onto our own Ethereal Sea. It seems perfectly likely. However, I don't know for sure. There's no reason to think that just because you damage their aether, they would have to forcibly slip back into their own world. And the fact that, like, bombs and stuff can be farmed makes me assume that if you kill, like, if you damage one enough on our world, their aether would return to the sea. Probably similar to some Ascians there. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, the thing is, the reason that Ascians don't die, though, is a very different reason. But with the reason that, like, a soul can't die on the 13th is that the astrality of the 13th is too strong, and like literally there isn't even an ethereal sea to like go back to. Effectively, your soul goes to the ethereal sea. There's no ethereal sea, so it just kind of is still around and eventually reconstitutes. Or automatically sent back to the void after time. As far as I can tell, they can die. I love that you guys are all hanging out. It's very cute. Void sent. If you die in the source, you die for real. Pretty much, Atelier, pretty much. Is this plan similar to how we smite Ascians with intense sources of Aether for the Blade of Light? I wouldn't say so, because I would say that like the idea with the Nullstone is not so much that it's just like strike with major source. It seems that it's specifically tuned to be able to deal with Void Sent. Otherwise, you wouldn't treat it as like specifically them. The description that we got from EE1 kind of really focuses more on the point that it like dissolves their pact and returns them back to the 13th. However, we don't get any idea that that Diablos himself has been returned to the 13th yet. That may happen. We may find that out in 6.x. But he's actually destroyed. So it seems like it has both the power to obliterate and the power to undo pacts. And it just depends. But we don't know for sure. Because we get conflicting reports on the nature of how it functions. I would suspect it's probably not just a mega beam, but... Oh, Dunscape's so pretty. I'm okay. I'm challenging myself to not die. You got this, Atelier. If you haven't seen the Folding Ideas video on anything, you should definitely watch all of Folding Ideas videos. Oh, speaking of, hey guys, you should definitely check out Eorzean Archons. Just put up a new video. You should definitely go check out their new video. Well, it's not new. I think it's a couple days old, but you definitely should go check out their stuff. I'm not going to promise myself not to die because I'm streaming and I got 6 things to focus on at once. Oh, come on. I was outside of that. Oh, thank God. Don't forget, you have arm's length. Use the ice, block the wind. See, I feel like that would be a lot better, like a better mechanic if the first time was a little bit slower to let people figure out what to do. I mean, I guess the argument is let failure be a teacher. So the thing about Black Mage is, right, is like, the thing is you can pre-set up where you are, though. So the thing is, as long as you're staying on this side or on the opposite side against the black, you're pretty good for most of the time. I mean, to be fair, the one time it's a bit difficult is when you need to switch in for ice, or if he's swapping sides. But you can preemptively set up for him with the Black Mage. let's hold just in case we make it to limit break 3. But you have my empathy towards the nightmarish pain that is trying to deal with classes that want you to stay still in a thing that is all about moving. Okay, get ready for getting ice. Okay, now I'm gonna break him. Remember that your limit break resets, so it's worth using early, even if you're not at 3 for a boss. That's an interesting helm. It's also very interesting on how long it is on an already long boy. That's normally so much harder. Really? That's the worst run I've had in a long time. Like, worst. Like, I mean, it was a really good run, but in terms of, like, speed. I don't know, man. It's weird. It's weird how experiences with like what groups you get wildly affect how you perceive a thing. I fell on that. One of my friends played to be a major weapon raids, and I was maintaining my 3rd time on diamond weapon. Yep. Ah! Strike him quick! Oof, that was close. Took me so long to notice the proximity markers where the ice block drops. Ah, interesting. Okay. Yeah, that explains some. I don't know. I think this is also just, like, interesting, like, how different... completely different things are what I know. Oh. Where at? I petrified in mid-jump! I thought the ability had gone off. Favorite song in the raid right here. Oh, in the raid, yeah. I don't know that I love any of the Mhachi music. I would say that there's actually more songs in probably Evilise that I like. Honestly, there's actually not a lot in Evilise I like. Pretty much just like the 12 things and like the final music after you beat Ultima. It's like my main stuff. I know I just played it. Maybe I'm gonna try to like replay sometime on like a Sunday for fun. I may like try to replay Tactics again. And I'd love it if like people who like Tactics join me and like explain what they like talk to me about what they liked about it. And maybe I'll do like Vagrant Story too. Maybe I'll just go through all. I mean, Vagrant Story is not really at all. Like I know, but like I mean, 12 and Tactics aren't even the same fucking world. I know they're the same fucking world. They're not the same fucking world. Oh, I love how I entertain. Ooh, let me get that. I love entertaining unexpected guests. And do I spy some familiar faces in the crowd? I forget which color is which. Oh, it's just about which one it goes into? Oh, that's easy. Tank Buster? Yeah, Tank Buster. Okay. Oh, that's yellow, right? So yellow's ring. Yep, that's how it works. Yellow, yeah. Fire resistance down. Okay, we won't blue. Now that person was just trolling. Okay, which color skin? Okay, I will say, my favorite part about playing Dragoon is the back jump. The black flip is a good time. I will always love movement abilities on jobs. Like Reaper having that, Dancer having its dashes. I want more movement options. Now the problem is like you want to keep movement options are kind of like part of a class job's identity in this game, so like you don't want to just give it willy-nilly. Unless you're gonna like make it the sum of it more than that, but there's always a truth. Okay, yellow's going into yellow. Okay. Why is Deathgate's theme so damn pretty? Because it's out in the sky, right? Like, it's out in the sky in a beautiful, like, view and stuff, so it's less, I think, just about the enemy you're fighting and, like, the area in which you are fighting him. Although maybe it's a reference to older Final Fantasies. I'd have to go listen to it and think about it. That would be my supposition, though. I use my short cast arms length to save myself from the void death second pull in. Honestly, I always just pre-run it. I didn't even bother pre-running it with this because I have backflips, so I don't have to really worry about it, but... If you do damage, you don't have to do mechanics. That's how it works. I mean, that's not quite true. But hey, also, look, the coffin from the first raid is here. Something comes, but it's no void tent. Be ready for anything. So that's what, if you ever have looked around and noticed that was what was containing Skaha. But if you've ever wanted, so there used to be a succubus enemy that you fought here, and it was kind of really plain and not that interesting. But now they changed it to Proto-Ultima. And the reason there's a Proto-Ultima here is because there was one in Azus Law that detected the etheric signature of Dunscaith and came here to try and get, like, Aether and, like, collect the power. So that's why there's a Proto-Ultima here. It seems random, but it's actually based on a world fate thing that makes it make more sense. And I think it was because they were really unhappy with the succubus fight because it was really, really plain and it was not that interesting. And they were like, let's put something else instead. And they came up with this. I've been wondering why the hell it was there. Yeah. I used to wonder why the hell it was there, and it bothered me for so long. I spent a lot of time trying to dig into research to figure out why, and what was going on. Me and Aniria even talked about it in an early lore talk. Also, it's mostly when I'm on caster. Oh yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. If you want to do it with caster because you also want to make sure that you want to have more time for cast with Black Mage and stuff. Yeah. Well, the song played a short part of the 449 battle theme, but there's been a recurring leitmotif in the Mhachi raids. There we go. Hey, FF12. Or 13. Destruction, rend the shield of light. I remember this raid didn't always have a Proto-Ultima moment. Yeah, it used to be a succubus when it first came out. But if I remember, it was basically just a version of the model, like what you fought in Hawk Manor. Just in case people do not know, melee limit breaks do more damage than caster or range limit breaks. So if you have a single target, you always want to use the melee limit break 3. Now, if your choice is no one's going to use it, and no one using it versus you using it and you're a caster range, go for it. No question. But just in case people are not aware, I forget what the actual math is on it if someone wants to pull it up and throw it in, but it's basically the multiplication. It's not based on like your singular power. So like if your range would have better gear than me, that doesn't change it. Yeah, but Dancer Limit Break 3 is the prettiest. That's fair. Chris, good to see you. Glad to have you. I had to work late, so I'm traveling back in time to the beginning. Yeah, well, good to see you. Glad to have you. Beat the Heart of Sabik, beat the Heart of Sabik, the Heart of Sabik. Exactly. I did the Proto Ultimate Fate. Yep, that's the fate that references it. Oh no, I just like doing it sometimes because the Limit Break is cool and the DPS check is negligible anyways. Yeah, that's not aimed at anyone because someone was using it. You're totally right there. That was aimed just at, I know for a fact I didn't know that until like a year or two into playing the game, because no one told me. Now I didn't play DPS, so I was never using Limit Break, so it didn't matter. But I just wanted to.
Welcome, mortals, to my citadel of shadows. Have you come to deepen the gloom with an offering of souls?
Until you're over here offering up that he was being the selfish one. Selfish. Oh, I don't know why I thought raised. Right, because it's raised and that was my bad. I'm so used to tanking it. I'm so used to thinking about it in reverse. Oh boy. I'm not. It looks Persona from One Piece. Perona. Or does Perona look like Skaha? Also, if you don't know, using the caster range limit break on the last trash pull in dungeons is usually way more fun than letting the dumb dragon limit break on the final boss. Definitely more fun, that's for sure. Interesting. Range DPS limit break does the least damage, though it would be the same as magical, but just in a line. Yeah, magical and range are the same. It's just the melee that's the special one. The difference is just the straight line versus the circle. Was that circle made up of squares? Yes, you use three range limit breaks, and that's how you get one caster limit breaks, because all these squares make a circle. Okay, yes, technically it's rectangles, but you get the point. I'm serious though, clearing trash is way more valuable, especially in later dungeons. Instant calm down any range DPS with the trash back. I have had the opposite experience. That is, I have had people literally I've seen people kick for that. So I would be more loath to do that. Not that I don't think you're right, but I definitely have seen arguments break out because of people doing that. I've had groups in which people left because of doing that. No, well, because for a lot of people, it's really, they, like, try to plan out their, like, cooldowns and stuff for preparing for, like, bosses and stuff, and then, like, if the last trash pull isn't there, they're, like, out. Again, I play tank. I don't worry about it. I got, like, a couple specific trials that I worry about. But yeah, no, I'm... Oh, does it? 0.9 the damage of magic range? That seems odd. I guess because Black Mage and for others... I mean, I guess, honestly, I'm so used to it not mattering because effectively... That's so... I guess because of cast bars, so you want to give the slight edge to them. That's probably where it's coming from. Who likes MIDI? It's dragon time. Although, actually, it's not his appearance, but you'd think it would actually probably be more like to be Nidhogg. Maybe it is Nidhogg. I'd have to actually look close to the head.
Such pervasive light. It doth steal away the darkest into the darkest corners and chase away my shadows.
And thus the Shadow Queen doth fall. I commend you on your victory. Yes, such skill and strength are deserving of more fitting stage. Come, mortals, the true masters of shadows awaiteth you. Yeah. Look, I ain't here to talk about like what is optimal about it either, because I'm pretty sure trash is. I just know that it's I've seen it annoy people. Limit Break 3 is defo MIDI. I mean, yeah, it looks like even like the blue version of him you see for a couple other things too. But it's interesting that it's MIDI instead of... Well, I guess you have, because you have a connection to Midgard somewhere, but you don't have a connection to him until Heavensward. Well, I mean, not Heavensward, Realm Reborn, but like 2. Did the Dragon Limit Break ever change? Was it ever redesigned or anything? Because, I mean, while it may not make sense before 2.5, it, definitely does from then on. Oh, look, the server's gonna fight us now. What's up? Is the server having issue? Only in terms of looks. For every melee DPS had Monk's Limit Break. Yeah, but like, so when did I'm trying to remember when that changed. Apparently prior to 3.x, all melee bravers had the Monk one. Okay, yeah. Okay, so it did change after 3.x. That makes sense, because if you think about it right, if it came out after 3.x, that's the majority of the game, the Limit Break makes sense. Also, Limit Break 3, well, no, because you would be doing during 2.1 with Alliance raids or things, or trials, so it still makes sense. But yeah, it works for the vast majority of the game, right? Where you have a bond with Midgard Summer. Ethan, good to see you, glad to have you. Diablo server boss fight? What? I will bathe in primordial darkness. DPS the spirit bomb back. Bow before the shrieking majesty of the void! What have you done? You seek to wrest control from the portal. Also, Brighter 3.0, range physicals had healer limb break 3. Yep. Which was just Bard. But yes. Bard used to have healer limb break. So be it. A contest of strength then. A contest you have no hope of winning. I beg to differ. Mine imprisonment weakened me more than I imagined. Very funny, Tam. Very funny. Pulling a Dez. Warrior of Light, I need an adult. Midgard Summer. I am an adult! Yes, glory! Glory, an infinite well of shadow. You have breached Gaha's unholy vessel and released your power onto me. Shadow itself shall be mine armor. Come, strike your feeble blows in vain. So how many versions of him have we fought? I mean, like, obviously we have got, like, the Amdapor boss, we've got the normal version of him boss, we've got the him hollow boss, we've got the armament boss. Fucking team really likes Diablos. I don't think I've ever actually gotten that mechanic before. I've only ever had to look away. Oh, I'm gonna die from that. Yep. I pressed the wrong button. I meant to toss myself a heal. Instead, I leaped, which got rid of my invuln. Oh, it's a stack and look away. I mean, that makes sense. It's obviously it's using purple, but it's using the, like, stack marker. I never realized that before. Every time I've ever seen people do that mechanic, I just see them run away and try to get away from people looking at them. I'll be surprised if he's a future dungeon mini-boss. Well, it depends on if he dies here or not. Well, we're at limit break 3. I guess we'll use it again. Do we not have any other? No, we got Lord. Okay. Well, sorry, Lord. If we get it again, it's all yours. Yeah, it's yeah. No, I can tell because of the eye. That was what I was saying, though. Like, I didn't understand that there was the stack aspect of it because of, like, every time I've seen people do it, I see them just run off. I think they just, like, sacrifice themselves. Must I entreat the very specter of death to be rid of you? I care not. I will wager all for your destruction. Diablos, begone! Success. Good job, everyone. Hey, an 82, not bad. I don't think I'm getting it, but not bad.
Getting some glam.
Oh, I got... Oh, okay, cool. I just got one card. I guess I failed to the no death challenge. Ah, it's okay. What's a death challenge between friends? Yeah, that was my bad then, Tillier.
Do not relax your guard yet, Elio. The air is still heavy with his foul presence. Already taken care of the fiend, have you? And you didn't even need that dusty old relic to do it.
Yeah, where was, like, Catchy? Could you not have helped the...
Be careful, Captain! Diablos yet lurks in the shadows!
Bitch, I might.
Finally, I have claimed the Shadow Queen's power for mine own. Yet still, I am harried by your noisome weevils.
Oh, you straight about to just drop him.
I must needs quit this realm for a time, and when I have grown accustomed to my newfound might, there shall be a reckoning for your insolence.
This ain't the time for napping, Fireball. You still got a job to do.
Her face.
I don't know why, but all of her faces are like toned up like 20% more than everybody else's. Your Dahlia's. 360 no scope. I'm mostly just shocked there was no fall damage on him for that.
Aye, my work here is unfinished. In Cesaire's name, I unmake thee, Diablos! My master's will be done!
For 15 centuries have I yearned for this power. Thou cannot not make me! No! No!
On the 1st as it is in the 13th. What? What do you mean? There will be done. Oh. Yeah, I have no idea. And he's dead. Nope, nope.
I should have known we've been wasting our breath. The captain only hates the sirens in his heart, and damn the consequences.
I told you you'd be lost without me, didn't I?
And look at you, puss, getting knocked out cold in your moment of glory. You weren't like to get another chance to honor your master's memory, and you almost missed it. But I suppose you pulled through at the last. Aye, I'll give you that much. I love those Mhachi sculptures. Spare me your concerns in your lectures. You all know I wasn't like to stay abed with such a grand adventure in the making. I'd rather break every bone in my body than be stripped of the freedom to go where I please. Besides, all is well that ends well, eh? Diablos is dead and we're all alive. That counts as a victory in my book. It's just a pity that it cost me the Ramiel in doing of it. I hope she rests easy on that island refuge. Bah, me goggles are a mess, but I can always get a new pair of goggles and a new airship. I suppose we should be glad we didn't lose aught after diving headlong into the Void Scent nest. Now that we're taking the skies back, it's time we take our leave. The Red Talons and the Redbills can kiss this brief alliance farewell, unless, of course, you're interested in a more permanent arrangement. Your bootlickers might think you're a voice of a siren song, but it grates on me ears, like a harpy's screech. No. This is the first and last time we fly together. We're back to being rivals, the way it's always been. You are a very stubborn man, Red Bill, but you do well to remember, I always get what I want in the end. She's into him, isn't she? Yeah. Head back to my quarters and see the furball's hurt. I'll be along in a bit. I would wonder moon viewing. I'd have to look at what the map says.
I feel so foolish, Elio. I demand that Leoford remain behind only to have him rescue my mission from a certain failure. A failure that would have made mock of your heroic efforts as well. You're too kind. Ah, what words exist that can be properly expressed by contrition? I know not how to even begin my apologies. I should like to approach the captain, but he has the air of a man who seeks solitude. 'Tis strange to see him so melancholy. Could it be the loss of the Ramiel which troubles him so? Nay, I shouldn't intrude upon his contemplations with clumsy questions and trite platitudes, but let us leave him be for the moment.
I always get I always get what you want in the end. I don't see a Queen of Skies crown on your head, lady. Not yet, anyways.
The captain is not his usual bombastic self. Mayhap Stacia can enlighten us to the source of the uncharacteristic malaise.
I wonder if it has something to do with that photo. Well, painting. I mean, look, as far as I'm concerned, the only thing you can say about Sadu for sure about what she's interested is that she's a battle sexual. That is the one thing you can say. I would also say that the Dothral as a whole are like the most pan could possibly be. So as far as I'm concerned, she's interested in anyone that can give her a good fight.
Mistress Stacia, if I might ask you a question, do you know the cause of the captain's melancholy? It's because of the Ramiel. Pray, tell me if it is so. I cannot help but feel responsible for the vessel's destruction, and I'd better understand Leofard's present distress. If you really want to understand, I suppose I should start with how the captain was orphaned as a child. As the matters turned out, he was taken in by a high-born widow who raised him as her son. And from what Leofard had told me, his adopted mother was a kind, quiet-spoken woman, but due to some illness or other, she was rarely able to venture outside. Instead, she spent hours reading to her boy from a library well stocked with books from faraway lands. Leofard cared for her as her malady grew worse by the day, and he was there by her side when death finally carried her away to Thal's halls. While she was alive, she never did ask much of him. Not long before she passed on, however, she wrung from him one single promise, that he'd escape the conformity she had always endured, and live his life as free as a bird. As you've likely guessed, her name was Ramiel, and that her portrait there is hanging on the wall. Ah, this explains much. I'd wondered as to the origin of his vessel's naming. The Sky Pirate's way is the life Leofard chose for himself, but I like to think he named his ship the Ramiel so that his mother would be there to watch over all of his adventures. Since when were you loose-lipped about a comrade's private past, Stacia? I ain't in the habit of leaning on people's sympathies, so you can all keep the tidbit to yourself, eh? And I thought I told you to see the furball's wounds. Look at your cape, puss. It's in tatters. Come here a moment. The way he walks. A scarf? For me? Aye, that's a little present we give to every new Red Bill. Ramiel taught me that it's not protecting memories that's important. It's having the strength to follow your path and making those memories in the first place. Seeing how determined you were to clean your master's slate, I'd say you'd fit right in with our crew. Listen, if you think that little airship's meant a lot to me, then you'd be right. But I'd rather mourn a hunk of metal than lose them as can share in me highs and lows. So let's get this straight, puss. There ain't no need for apologies. A sky pirate makes his choices, and he sticks by it. The life of a sky pirate, As I seem to be bereft of both place and purpose, now, I suppose I shall accept your offer. I am yours to command, Captain. Glad to hear it. Your first duty is to join us in giving our adventure here a proper send-off. Well, it's about bloody time you two were I die. But honestly, Captain, you don't mean to head out in those rags, do you? Let's get you cleaned up as well before we say our fond farewells. Foreplay with Sadu. You're not wrong, Demins. You're not wrong. Oh, is there which side chatter? Are you talking about like with that she has like specific interest in unless you're talking about the scene in Endwalker. I'm gonna get what I want. Q's shoe song. Hey Xenos, you seen there's this girl I want you to meet. I think you two would hit it off so well. In the throne room. Yeah, but like that's her just still being playful all around. Like even that isn't like her being more like playful with Serene than others. Than anyone else. Though there is tension. But then again, I feel like there's tension with just about anyone she talks to. It's time we parted ways, Elio. Let's give you an escort down to Coldwind. Foreplay for Zadu is her queuing for PvP. I don't think Magnai's an incel. That was some adventure, Elio. But on our journey into the unknown is over. I mean, like, he like, is the, and everything goes all, like, he's not with anyone currently, but he like, is actively searching, goes out and searching and seeking. For the now. When the skies spit out some new mystery, you can bet that I'm coming to find you. After all, there ain't nobody else who handles the unexpected quite like you. High adventurers in the ready for rush of danger? Surely in this life, there's no greater reward. Is there, is there optional dialogue that you can talk to her in the throne room with? When will you find his Nahama? Only the 12 know. I think his Nama will never arrive. But yeah, Tim, I'd love to see it. Maybe the Nama were the friends we made along the way. Oh, you guys. You guys. Oh, wow. Hey, we finished right on time at 7 p.m. Look at that. Okay, I want to get a photo with people. And then we will be signing off. Yeah, there's optional dialogue. Yeah, if you want to send it, it's so like when you're in there after the cutscene, you can talk to people. Is that when it is? You can just drop it in the Discord at Endwalker spoilers or something. Miracles do happen. She was a man in her past 3 lives. Let's face it, only a man like Sadu can handle Magnai's personality. We're all sitting. Oh my god, you guys are all just going to be in a giant conga line. You know what? Actually, that'll be funny to take a photo of, because I could probably take pictures of you guys in a conga line.
Well, no, Tim, if you don't have it up right now, I can get it. I can get that cutscene via game files and stuff. Guys. Okay, I'm gonna be... No, because then I'm in the way of... Here, let me see if I can get this. No, wait, don't move, people, don't move. I'm just, no, just go back to sitting in a line. I'm gonna try to get it so that you all turn, your faces turn. So you can just sit where you're sitting. If you don't sit in line, you will probably not be in the photo. Be forewarned. Ah. That fucking, I kind of want that dwarf in the background. That's pretty funny. Dwarf. We want minions off. Perfect. Okay. And then... I want to smile. This is the poster for the newest indie film at Sundance. Yeah, you bet it is. Let me put that in screenshots. Okay. Is this the poster art for the... Oh, Tethys doing all of the wrap-up things. Thank you, Tethys. Look at the sweet album. Yeah, I don't have a specific thing saved or anything. I just remember the dialogue. Could be misremembering. No, I mean, Tim, it's good. It's good to check out. Just because I say, like, oh, I think, like, I don't know of a thing. It's not me saying, like, it doesn't exist or someone isn't that necessarily if there's, like, some counterpoint. It's, I usually, mostly, I just want to find out info if it's not an ask for, like, I need proof. It's more like I want to understand. I want to know. Okay. With that said, I'm going to be headed out here. So we will be starting 3.1 tomorrow, which means that we'll be hitting Stormblood in about 2 weeks-ish. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, everyone. Thanks for getting through. Thanks for joining me whenever we do these things where we need 8-man. It's a lot more fun to have like a group together to do them. Maybe we'll try for the Eve lease rates. We'll even see if we can get 24 people together. I doubt it, but we'll see if we can make it work. But yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Monday, Tuesdays, lore replay. Wednesdays, new videos. To the Edge, lyrical lore should be out on next Wednesday. The Thursday is me and Aniri playing Final Fantasy 1. Me and Aniri are going to be doing a drinking stream. Thanks to you guys funding that. And it will be, I'll try to give you, it's either going to be this Friday or Saturday. We'll see. Maybe this Friday. Yeah, that will be hysterical. Because Naniri is a very, very different time zone than I am, it may have to be the morning for me, which means I will be morning drinking, which should be a trip. With that said, I've been Eorzean, and I will see you guys later.